All right, good morning, everybody. It is, wow, Montreal Scrabble Fest is over, but we've got an extremely special extra matchup coming your way today. Couldn't be more excited for it. It's been an amazing weekend of streaming, but an amazing match coming up right now between two of North America's premier players. Of course, as always, Will Anderson here, but today an even better treat as I am joined by a man who needs little introduction in the Scrabble scene, and that is Stefan Fatsis. Stefan, good morning, and maybe it's a good omen that unbeknownst to one another, we are synced up in our wardrobe choices with our school Scrabble shirts today. That must be good for our team chemistry this morning.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to make everything real smooth for us. These t-shirts, of course, from the 2024 North American School Scrabble Championship. They were the Team DC shirts and also the official referee and staff shirts designed by my good friend, Scrabble parent, Rennie Anderson. Shout out to Rennie.
No
But it is
relation.
great to be with you. Great to be with you, Will, for this awesome matchup that I'm very excited about.
Yeah, we're calling it the ultimate. I like this word. The if we want to cut to the promo graphic here to show off this incredible matchup of Josh Sokol versus Jackson Smylie. I think it's the ultimate clash of champions where there we go. You see our two Jackson Smylie on the right. These are really two players who are at the absolute peak of their games right now, obviously winning these major tournaments. Stefan, it is one of the most storied rivalries in Scrabble today.
Oh, it is. Josh, currently the top ranked player in North America in the North American Lexicon with a rating of 2072. Jackson, currently fifth with a rating of 2054. And until last week, Will, they were 1 and 2. Josh had a 2072 rating. Jackson had a 2071 rating. He lost a few points in Niagara Falls. But these two guys, I mean, if there is a more friendly rivalry in the game, I don't know of one. They have played each other so many times. Check out this data, Will. Head to head in NASPA tournaments, their lifetime records against each other 43, 43, and two ties. And in WIGPO
I
tournaments, Jackson has a 1 game edge, 5 wins to 4. So they are a combined 48, 47, and 2, Jackson's record against Josh. And they've played each other more than anybody. One more little piece of data. Josh's next most frequent opponent is Joey Malik with 57 games versus 88 in NASPA tournaments. Jackson's next most frequent Joey and Michael Fagan, tied at 35 games. 88 games versus 57 and 35. To say that these guys know each other is an understatement.
That is incredible. I actually did not realize that their matchup was that close, but of course, it does not surprise me in the least. Sparring partners, geographic proximity, and even stylistic understanding. These two players are very similar, but of course, we do have some differences in this particular matchup from the norm that you would see in tournament play, Stefan.
Yeah, we're going to set the clocks at 20 minutes per player instead of 25 minutes per player. I think this is a great experiment. I think it's terrific for streaming. Let's get the game moving a little more quickly. Let's get games wrapped up a little more quickly. Let's force the players into slightly quicker decisions. And it will affect the nature of the play, Will, right? Those 5 minutes are crucial because we often talk about Scrabble games as you want to set aside around 5 minutes in the end game to strategize and be prepared for any eventuality, particularly in a close game. So whacking 5 minutes off the clock in a competitive match like this will have an effect on how they play.
It's absolutely true. Some Scrabble games you can play in less than your allotted time and with relative ease at the level that Josh and Jackson are at. Sometimes you're going to see your bingos quickly. You're going to see your scoring plays quickly. But typically, with two players at this level, as long as the tiles cooperate and it's not a blowout one way or another, there's going to be some brutal decisions. And I actually I love the opportunity, Stefan, for us to dive into some of the strategic decisions that get more complex and more nuanced and layered as a matchup like this evolves over time, as you understand the tendencies of your opponent more. There's certain things that we may see in games between these two players that you wouldn't see between players playing each other for the first time. So, really excited to dive into that. We touched on the clocks, as you said, and just a procedural matter for those curious. We are using the NWL18 lexicon prior to the most recent update. That is primarily because Josh has been focusing more on the international lexicon. That's the most recent North American lexicon that he's familiar with. So a little bit of a concession by both players to come together and agree on a lexicon there.
And I think that makes some sense here. I mean, we'll talk about the lexicon madness that is currently gripping Scrabble over the course of these games, but it is a fairness issue. Jackson has been playing in North American lexicon tournaments for the last few months since the dictionary was updated and has studied those new words. Josh has not. This levels the playing field for both players.
Yeah, so with that all taken care of, I think that sets us up nicely to cut over to our table where I think our competitors here are waiting for our signal to launch into their first game. And once we confirm that, we'll be able to dive in. I also, as we wait for that cue to the table, I would also say in general, match play formats are not as prevalent in general in Scrabble. It's really cool to see this type of format take shape for whatever reason. Most of our tournaments are, closer to that open format, maybe cut off by divisions. You don't see a lot of match play events where one player takes on another player in a prolonged grudge match, which I think is always kind of next level theater and spectator experience when it does arise.
And it's also something that players are accustomed to when we sit down to play with one another. When you've got some time, you're playing long series of games against each other. Josh and Jackson do this routinely. 7 games is nothing for them. They have played much. I could keep going longer matches against each other. So I love the idea. So hats off to Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor and Let's Play Scrabble for organizing this match. And giving us an opportunity to see the game presented in a different format, featuring 2 of the very best players in the world.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You're getting me amped, Stefan. So we gotta cut to that board and let's see. I think we are standing by with the players here, and here you go. You see that in the same alignment as we saw in that graphic, both players obviously ready to rock. It looks like they're very eager to get rolling in this, our first game. Again, a best of 7 match. Given the information you just provided about their head-to-head record, it would kind of be a surprise if this match didn't go at least 6 games, Stefan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, the will of the tile gods will have something to do with the outcome, but I mean, I'm going back to that NASPA data. Average score between the 2 players in those 88 games they've played, 420 for Josh, 419 for Jackson.
That's so amazing because yes, 80 games that they played head to head, that's a lot. And we can cue the players they can get started. We are ready to dive into this action I just want to react essentially to that stat that Stefan just provided, which is that there is enough luck and variance in Scrabble that, you would be surprised even for 2 evenly matched players to have statistics like that. So I think it's kind of a testament to these 2 play at the absolute limit of what is possible in Scrabble, game in, game out basis. Seeing errors from these 2 is going to be a rarity, and in the rare occasions when it's happened, it's likely to be a game decider. And whoa, looks like an interesting decision taking shape for Josh on his first move here.
He pulls the first blank, and you can see he's got the cue set up, IBLA for Kibla. he would be forced to burn the blank for 50 points. This is a tough call always, and I'm curious for your high expert level decision. I would probably make the play here. The alternate play would be QI, correct?
Yeah, this is a very classic. I feel like Josh is likely to make a play here very fast because he's thought about situations like this a lot. This is definitely not your garden variety situation where you're burning the blank, but using it here to score 50 points, that's an increase of 28 over just plopping your cue down. But more importantly, you just sort of move on from the queue, start out with a really nice score, and I think we're seeing a phony come down immediately by Jackson. This is a very ambitious phony. I'm not sure if I feel like Josh is very likely to challenge this, but maybe this is sort of the understanding of one player to another cropping up here. Look at Josh's
Just
expression,
that
Steph.
scrunchy face. He's got the scrunchy face. He's just like bitten into a lemon.
Yeah, the scrunchy face.
This
His expression continues here.
this has to be a courtesy draw, meaning that Josh is still thinking about whether to challenge. It looks like he's written the
Yes.
word down. He's probably also written down the letters in the word in alphabetical order to see if anything pops out, a 7-letter word that he would add one of the letters to make an 8-letter word that would trigger a familiarity reaction. Yeah, he's thinking this one through.
I have to assume.
Yeah.
So the reason that he's taking time here, my feeling is he is almost certain that this is not a word, but the letters that he has visioned
Yes.
available as a huge play through this eye. And I think he just wants to make absolutely sure if I'm going to challenge this word, it needs to be not good because losing out on a 98-point counterplay. And he has ultimately decided that he just can't place this word in the dictionary or in his memory in any
Mm-hmm.
way. And as we go to the challenge cam, we're going to get that answer, Stefan.
And it is not good.
There you go. So
I wonder if there's a little tactical play there by Jackson. I mean, he played it so quickly, A. And B, he knows that Josh has been studying the Collins lexicon exclusively. Yeah, maybe he's thinking, oh, maybe Fireblow is good in Collins. And he will be confused by that. But
could be it's tough to know for sure. I do also think it's one of those compound words that
yes,
sometimes it's difficult with those words that are 8-letter words that consist of 2 4-letter words, one after the other. It can be easy to anagram those when you're practicing the dictionary and a little bit more difficult to remember which of those is actually valid over the board. So it could have been
right.
just an honest mistake on his part as well. Either way, once Josh gets 98 points here, he's out to an enormous lead in the early going and
Here, here,
a
here are
shutout, in fact.
here are all the fire words that you can extend from fire with 4
Nice.
letters: fireable, firearms, fire back, fireball, fire base, firebird, fireboat, firebomb, fire brat. I could keep going. There's a lot of them. Look them up
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah. Clearly, you were just in the fire and then a B. Is that
Yeah.
we didn't even get to? So it's clearly a lot of them. So yeah, could it be an honest mistake? Could it have been an attempt to exploit? I mean, as you alluded to, Josh is maybe facing a little bit more pressure with respect to his lexicon command
Yep.
because he's gotten a little bit further into the international lexicon, but he held firm there. Nicely done to challenge. And now wifed is the play from Jackson, probably the type of aggressive opening he needs at this deficit.
Creating a couple of floaters at the top of the board, including one in the triple lane. He faced that 148-0 deficit. That is a big deficit. But again, with the word knowledge of Jackson and his familiarity with Josh's game, and the variance of the tiles, anything can happen. Going back
It's
to that first
weird.
play, Will, I just want to also add that if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
also want to look up the words ending in blow, fly, fly blow, shad blow, and I'm guessing those are fish, and overblow, peach blow, death blow, counter blow.
So fly blow is actually a verb. So I don't
It's an
I
N. Yeah,
yeah,
so
so
that is
it's
not fly blow means to taint.
who
And
who
shad
knew?
blow is a shad bush, which is a tree or shrub, a flowering tree or shrub. So not a fish, not has nothing to do with shad. Look things up, children.
Yeah, it's so. I feel like the shock that I get sometimes when I actually look up the definitions of words and they're so different from what I had in my head. That is kind of the dirty secret of Scrabble at this level, which is that the definitions do kind of fall by the wayside a lot. And it is part of what makes a word so interesting and fun is obviously the definition is core to that. So the fact
Yeah.
that we don't pay too much attention. I know it does rub casual fans of Scrabble maybe the wrong way, but I think in general, my hope, and I'm sure yours as well, Stefan, is to the underappreciated part of Scrabble is its strategic depth and complexity, and I think it's almost a function of that we leave the definitions behind. We just fall in love with that strategic side of the game, and nothing else really matters by comparison.
Yeah, the definitions are really just sort of a little piece of candy. It's your little treat, your cherry, your ice cream dessert. And if you're into that sort of thing, which I am, and I know you are, English language is fascinating. And the reason that we have all these words to play with is because of the creativity of human beings to create them, to come up with them. And that also leads into the sort of the conversation about Scrabble and people being sort of taken aback by the strange words that we play in the game. And that's has nothing to do with the game itself. That has to do with how words are created, how humans contextualize, create meaning, communicate, and create these things, these words that we use in our daily lives. So the game,
Yeah, meter. We saw.
Josh chose to get rid of his only vowel here. Will he had
Yeah,
6 consonants, including double T's and double R's. Quackle, our computer analysis bot, favored keeping the E and playing trim for 9, 10, 11, 12 points instead of what Josh played meter for 18. What do you think?
I like the choice of meter here. Excuse me. It's not so much of a. So the idea of trim here is it would have undoubled all of Josh's consonants and left him an extremely powerful leave. But I don't think there was any reason for Josh to risk leaving this W open. The W is not a good bingo tile by any means, but at this score, leaving it open was easily the biggest way that Jackson could have drawn the second blank and played a massive play across two triples. So the thing I like about meter, it doesn't do that much worse on the scoreboard and leave value front, but it does block that W. So I did like that play, and you can see the two players with competing goals here. Jackson opening the board with wifed, Josh shutting it down with meter. Jackson opening the board with Befoul, which looks like a very nice play through EF on the board, and Josh closing it down. So the cat and mouse game proceeding in this way going forward, I assume, for most of the rest of the game.
And meter also had the additional effect, Will, of killing that lane through the I in wifed and the lane through the N envisioned. So two very more potent bingo lanes than the W, the triple threat, taken out in one move.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the sort of, and Jackson can't be thrilled by some of these openings. I don't think he was that excited
Right.
by wifed putting a W there. The W is just not doesn't have that much upside for him as far as bingos. Befoul as well. Also likely didn't make him feel that great. The L was going to be pretty easy to play through, but those are moves that you pretty much have to do at this score differential in the game and hope that Josh has terrible tiles. And in fact, if you look at his tiles right now, if you take that I off of his rack and put in another consonant, now he's looking at a much more difficult situation to block some of these openings. So that's the type of good fortune that Jackson is sort of reliant on at this stage, facing such a high point deficit.
Yeah, I think from Jackson's perspective, it's work through my bad racks, hope that Josh is drawing poorly, get down that first bingo to cut the deficit to something more manageable. And we can see here, Will, looks like Jackson's choice of give. He could have played Vig and kept the incredibly potent EI PRT leave, but what does give do? It creates a lane alongside the E for Jackson to bingo. He's sacrificing one great tile, the E, that will be useful for him going forward to create a new lane.
Yeah, that's totally it. That's the reason behind this. Normally, in a much closer to even game, you would surely strongly consider just Vig in that spot to keep the E, such a good bingo tile. Of course, you see Jackson's redrawn one. Sometimes it's okay to use an E in the hopes that one of those 12 that are in the set will find their way back onto your rack. But this is definitely not only the lane, but maybe Jackson's hoping. And look, Josh has the 6 consonants and 1 vowel. He can't, even though Josh has an R, he's not going to be able to reach all the way through with the giver hook. I think Josh is going to try to do something hooking it through the A of Qibla if he has the way to do that. But if not, Jackson may have a good scoring play hooking giver as well. So
right.
that
So
would certainly help.
not just the bingo threat for Jackson. Score, bingo. Try to get this into a range where he can come back.
Totally agree. So yeah, you can see.
There you go.
This is the exact, and this is not that bad of an outcome for Jackson. He has to be thrilled to see Josh forced to take only a 14-point play here. Those are the sorts of plays that you need from your opponent if you're going to mount a comeback in this game. Normally, I would say these players at this level, again, as we've been saying, 2 of the strongest players in North America and by extension the world, players at this level would be scoring an average of something like mid-30s per turn. So to see your opponent take 14, that's definitely a win for Jackson, even though obviously the score is still pretty out of reach right now. So yeah.
Not a lot of great options for Jackson, though. Tough board. No real scoring opportunities here. No bingos.
Sure. So yeah, you're totally right. This is going to be a tough one.
The Y is his bête noire right now. He needs to shed that for sure. And if he does, that leave is unbelievably strong, AEIPRT.
Yeah, the issue with really going super hard, like, yes, you could dump the Y here for a solid number of points right now. The problem is the board is already very not conducive for bingos right now. And you know that Josh is going to get a turn to make it even worse. So I do think a play of this type, I was wondering if we would see, well, I just unintentionally said a pun, a play of this type. Yes, but actually, I was thinking maybe also a play like Yttria would be warranted as well here, just extending a little bit further. Yes, you take yourself a little bit further away from a good bingo rack, but look at that. Jackson has drawn drastic. Is Josh going to be able to prevent Jackson from getting this bingo down? Plays right here at the moment. Josh is surely going to be trying to stop that from happening.
Ooh.
Wow. His rack just makes that not really possible. All those consonants again, Stefan.
Yep. I mean, I guess if he were real, I don't know if there was a way to neutralize that position really effectively. Jet, I don't know. I mean, for 10 points, Josh also has to be concerned that he's got to keep scoring. He knows that Jackson is bound to come back. He knows that Jackson has been sort of grooming his rack here a little bit. He has to be fully aware of the fact that Jackson has one goal and one goal alone is to get back in the game by shaping his rack. He knows what he's doing. He knows what type signaled, just opening the board up. And if you're Josh, you're kind of just hoping that he doesn't hit it.
Yeah, I mean, just with his tiles, blocking it would have been so difficult. Suggestion of maybe just playing Janet
Janet
here.
is nice. Yeah.
The thing about Janet that maybe Josh discarded is that this doesn't do the best job of
Hmm.
totally blocking. You still are giving up pretty easy sevens lines. A lot of the time, you do very little to actually block Jackson's bingos. Of course, we know in this case likely would have been the difference between Jackson bingoing and not. But what I'm curious about is why has Jackson not played yet? It feels like if he sees the word drastic on his rack, I don't know why it wouldn't be played, Stefan. This is kind of a weird delay, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, is he looking for anything else? I mean, he's going to instantly know what 7 letter bingos are in that rack. Is he looking for something else? I don't see even a place where he potentially could score more points than placing drastic under type.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very clear choice. Drastic right here, placing the S here and the C on the double letter
Mm-hmm.
gets you a whole boatload of points. 86 for him here. It seems okay. There we go. He has
There we
spotted
go.
it. Okay, that was going to be a shocker. Again, it's these players. Even these players are human beings, and mistakes can happen in Scrabble. There are certain situations where you might find the right play 99 times out of 100, 99 999 times out of 1,000, whatever you want to say. It means that some percentage of the time you're going to make a mistake that drives you crazy, as I say a lot, but it's not what we see here. Absolutely imperative that Jackson find that bingo, and he does.
It's also simply possible that it's 9:30 in the morning. It's 10 o'clock now. This is day 4 of Scrabble for both of these players. The Montreal Scrabble Fest started on Friday night, went through Sunday, 15 games. Let's wake up early and do it again. You get tired.
Yeah, that's true. Fatigue, always a factor. I've heard lots of stories about how chess players sitting at the board doing nothing but thinking over the course of a long day are burning a boatload of calories just by, the sheer mental exertion that they're going through. So I have no doubt that Scrabble players could give them a run for their money, and however many calories are expended that way. I often say at the end of a long day of Scrabble, my head feels like a degree or two warmer than usual.
Mm-hmm.
But Jackson's drawn the second blank, and he
Yes.
has bingos possible now through the D and R of drastic,
Let
and
me see
that.
if I find the Y. I see 1 to the D without looking, befogged.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be anything super much better than plays into this D. I guess defogger is also a word through that R. Um, we'll see if there's anything else, of course, but I certainly don't think there's anything going on in this part of the board. That might have been why Jackson was so hesitant with
Yes.
drastic. It's just this C, at least for the short term, it puts a stop to anything going on this side of the board. Any play down to the triple through that C is going to reopen a lot of space again, though. So I do think the C is only a temporary closure to the lower right. And here comes that bingo
Here it comes.
immediately.
No hesitancy. Immediately saw it. On the other hand, I immediately saw it too. So how good a bingo could it be?
It is just defogged or befogged. And it actually is a kind of interesting choice which blank,
Yeah.
which tile this blank is. If it's a B, that makes it a little more difficult to parallel across. It would just be the A going down in that spot. If it's a D, now you've given Josh a whole other new threat to worry about. If I'm Jackson, I'm wondering, boy, the score after Taj is so close. I might consider making it a B just so I don't get hammered, even though I'm still trailing on the scoreboard. But look at Josh's rack there, Stefan. Wow.
Yes. Regardless of what he designates the blank, and I hope we can see that in a second, here comes a bingo
Oh,
because Josh has the
I'm going
most
to,
fruitful rack in Scrabble.
yeah, this is it. Retinas. I just made a YouTube video about Nigel Richards playing a phony with this rack. There you go. Okay, you see, it's the B. So befogged, I think that makes sense, Stefan, just because Jackson was actually getting pretty close on the scoreboard after that second bingo. He didn't want to make it too easy for Josh to overlap, but with that rack, nothing's stopping it. So yeah, Steerin going down for 88 points with all 1 point tiles. Josh spotting that immediately. These are plays at this level where Josh is probably instantly thinking of all however many 7-letter words are in that rack immediately. So, yeah, nicely played by him just as Jackson was getting back into range.
Yeah, there are, of course, 9 acceptable bingos in that rack in North American Lexica.
Yeah,
And that's a little
Steerin.
bit, if you are Jackson, if I'm Jackson in this position and I've just back-to-back bingo to get back to basically tie the game, and then you see Retina's rack come down for 88, it's a little bit of a gut punch, but it's also just the way the tiles fall. And you should, in a perfect world, not be upset that your opponent managed to do that after you clawed your way back into the game. And that was a pun too, Will.
Very nice. And in your case, clearly intentional, unlike mine, which was sort of by accident, and I only realized it after it came out of my mouth. But to your point, which is a great one, there is an emotional sort of letdown. But in Jackson's shoes, I think he had to know that this play of Taj was a bit of an ill omen for him. For Josh to play his J and T for only a handful of points there when he probably could have scored better with it in other spots, that looks like a play that he would make with a really, really good leave of 5 tiles to get rid of the T and J. And in fact, we know I think he drew something like IS or something to a very, very solid leave after Taj. So
Mm-hmm.
not too surprising. And we're going to see.
Hmm.
Oh, wow. What an interesting play
Oh,
by
very
Josh
interesting.
here. Uri setting up his 2 H's, probably in recognition of the fact that there's really no way Jackson can do much with that spot. That's tremendous. Look at that, Stefan. None of the danger tiles for that E unseen to Josh.
And really, is there a way for Jackson to even address that? He's looking at the tile pool too, Will, and he has to suspect that this is a setup.
Yeah, I think so we've just updated the remaining tiles from Jackson's POV. I guess this is a play that you could see Josh making, holding 2 of these many vowels. Look at that, 14 vowels and 7 consonants. It could be that, but certainly he has to honor the fact that this could have, at least 1 H. Not, I don't know if he can. Maybe he could guess at that level. That would really be incredible. I don't put anything past these players if he's able to put that sort of incredibly specific poker-like soul read on Josh to know he has both H's. But I do think it's equally likely that he's struggling with that vowel overload. That, in fact, that makes Josh's play even better, getting rid of all of his vowels, leaving just the 2 H's, knowing that his rack is likely to fill up with vowels as it has. Look at Josh's rack there, Stefan.
Yeah, it is not good. And on the flip side, Jackson has the opposite problem. He has an abundance of the few remaining consonants in the game.
Yeah, another good point is that Uri uses up just enough tiles that it's going to make it very difficult for Jackson to bingo twice after this play by rushing to the end of the game and using a few extra tiles compared to some of the other options on offer. That could definitely be a factor for Josh, not wanting to get bingoed on twice, as that is likely the only way he can really lose this game. Jackson bingoing once and only once should definitely be something Josh can weather here. So, I gotta say, I am impressed with Jackson, though, Stefan. I didn't feel like after the first couple moves of this game that he was ever going to get back and make it interesting. But really, we should never count out either of these 2 players.
No. And he's going to continue, he must be looking at the tile pool and feeling like this is not. I'm not optimistic. Um,
Here's
so
Uncle.
he neutralizes the H spot. So maybe he was indeed thinking that Josh likely had a way to come down from the E in Uri with his H on the triple letter score, reaching the double word score, which would have put the game out of reach if there even was hope. And RZN, in the right circumstances, not terrible.
It's going to fill up with vowel. Look at them. So both, I would say now the last 9 tiles from the bag have all been vowels, by the way. Josh left HH and drew 5 vowels. Jackson left RZN and drew 4 vowels. So that is a very non-typical situation there with the tile bag. So very vowel heavy here. Also got to point out, Uncle
Takes a
leaving
front
the
hook.
N in reserve. Yeah, it's
Yes.
kind of a sneaky way for Jackson to
Sneaky.
make a possible bingo lane on the board where maybe Josh wasn't expecting one to exist. So savvy plays here. This is what I love, Stefan. All the little nuances that Scrabble has to offer. These players are recognizing stuff at the minutest detail.
They are. And what Jackson did there, he takes out that potential game ending hook of an H onto the E coming down, and he creates 1, 2, 3, 4 potential bingo lanes where really one existed before.
Yeah, you
Just
can just
coming down
see.
from I don't know, even maybe 0 existed before from IE in Ori, or starting with O to front hook no to make oh no.
Yeah, those sorts of plays are definitely possible, but marginal. There is this W. It's always
Mm-hmm.
possible from Jackson's point of view that he's hoping the W. We saw it with
We
White.
saw it. Yeah. Well, we
It's
also saw it
not
yesterday with the W in that exact position where
true.
Jackson could have played Ridgeway and passed up that bingo.
Absolutely. So the W, we dump on it a little bit compared to some of the other tiles in the game. It is very difficult to play a 7 or 8 letter word from a W or just into a W in any position, but it scores 4 points. And in this situation, it has the merit of being kind of off the beaten path. I do think Josh is going to do his best to play something down through here that addresses a lot of space in one move. But if he doesn't sort of think of it as much of a threat, maybe Jackson can try to draw something that extends all the way and catch Josh off guard. A play like that would also have the benefit of scoring a boatload of points. So, gotta always envision what is my pathway to victory in any given situation, no matter how unlikely it is.
Quackle telling me that Josh has one high scoring candidate play here. Um, and
Yeah.
it's a creative and beautiful play.
Yeah, this would be a doozy. It actually does so many things
Yes, it does.
that we like here. The play in question, not sure if it's been pointed out, this is a very uncommonly seen variant of the sound we make when we sneeze. Achoo. Right here with this extra H getting a whole bunch more points. You could play a normal variation of this word with just the A right here, and it would accomplish a lot. You're blocking this A pretty effectively, blocking the L, certainly blocking some of the letters of uncle while you're doing that. But this would be a pretty impressive play for Josh to think of that weird 6-letter variation here. It scores 36 points here. That would put the game effectively out of reach.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that neither of those words takes an S at the bottom, and taking out the possibility of a word ending in S that comes through the A.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd love to see that. That's one of those plays, Will, that is just gorgeous and brings us back to the conversation about what makes English so beautiful.
Yes.
It is a logical alternate way to spell an interjection. It's not like achoo needs to be spelled ACHOO. It's something we it's just a way we have come up with to write down the spelling of a sound. So why shouldn't it also be AHCHOO?
It's, to your point, language is messy, and that's almost by necessity the way that words are created and that are, popularized and are in usage. But Scrabble is all about order. So there's always going to be a tension there between, well, in Scrabble, we need an orderly rule book for this fundamentally disordered and messy and ever-changing thing. So it leads to, variant spellings of achu, some of which are more strategically useful than others. It seems kind of weird, but there's really no way around it. And yeah, so Josh, anyway, playing here, it seems like Jackson is literally one tile away from something like zirconia through this C. So I just wonder, if maybe a play through that C is going to do a little bit better for Josh. I know that we have the benefit of looking at Jackson's rack and seeing how very, very close he is. He has, to Zirconoa, right? He's just an eye away. And there is an eye that maybe he's going to try to go for this and see if he can get this down. But I think in practical terms, Josh will never let this area of the board stay open after his next move. So tough situation. The nice thing for Jackson is that he does have this lifeline up here. If he can come up with something up high to fish for, Josh is going to struggle. He'll have to figure out, do I block the C? Do I block this?
Is there any merit, Will, in Jackson just plunking down that extra O next to the S in Steerin to create a triple word lane bingo option?
Very interesting. If you do that, I think it would be especially powerful if you could look at something you could draw immediately up there.
That would put the Z in the third position.
Yeah.
Especially
if you have a play like that as a response, now you're starting to cook with some gas there. So, but this is a very cool idea.
I like this idea too.
Yeah, maybe you can draw something miraculous. I'm sure you guys out there in the chat can find something that that Jackson has a chance to draw after this play, and this creates a very annoying situation. Oof, yeah, that's a pretty good draw.
It's a pretty good draw, yeah, to say the least.
So he now has stuff through the C, and the score is close enough that, a misstep here by Josh, if there are 4 tiles in the bag, I'm pretty sure he's not going to empty the bag here. He'll try to figure out what is the most important spot for me to block and see if he can accomplish that task without emptying the bag. But from Josh's POV, you've now got 2 threats that, while unlikely, are both pretty dangerous.
So which do you address first? I mean, he's looking at the bag. What are his biggest concerns? He is going to still be up after this next turn by around 100 points. He might not be too scared, but a big Z bingo along the top is going to be worth quite a lot. And coming through that C is going to be in the 70 to 80 point range. And he does have something through the C, correct? Sarcenet, is that right?
Absolutely. He will. So Jackson is threatening a playable bingo through the C. I don't think that bingo is still going to score enough to really worry Josh. So I think from Josh's POV, yes, he would like to block the C, but the top priority is to assess which of these is more threatening. I think it's possible that he will have the strategic sort of, I don't know if it's strategy or word recognition, to know that in this pool, there may actually not be any bingos from this Z. He may have that high level ability to look into a set of 11 tiles, add a Z to it, and say, is there anything, and be able to say no and confidently not block. And it seems like he's done that. He could have played HOO in this spot, which would have more effectively blocked, but there may not have been any need for him to do that if there actually are no threats facing him here.
And I think that's what we can safely conclude, Will, that Josh looked at the 11 unseen tiles and determined that there are no bingos starting with Z, and looked at the potential to bingo through the C and decided that it's not going to score enough. He can't come back no matter what. Let me score a few points by playing off my K, and let's move on to game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the real hope for Jackson was that Josh overzealously try to block one of these big spots. Maybe he uses too many tiles. If Josh were to have spent 4 tiles instead of 3, that would have led to an empty bag. And maybe then Josh draws the X and a bingo somewhere, even in a less impactful bingo like Sarcine. Jackson would collect a ton of value from Josh's unplayed tiles, and that might put him over the finish line. So maybe that's what Jackson's hoping for, but Josh is far too experienced and clever to fall into that trap.
Yeah, I don't think there was any chance that Josh was going to empty the bag there. He is doing the math right now and determining that you're looking basically to not lose the game, right? You don't want to do the one thing that could lose the game for you. And in this case, the one thing that could have wound up in a loss for Josh would have been drawing the X, emptying the bag, allowing a 74-point bingo, and giving up 8 plus 6, 14, or plus the P would be even more. It would have been 30-something points and losing that way.
Yeah, totally agreed. And instead of bingoing,
he doesn't take
Jackson,
the bingo.
Yeah, he doesn't take it. I'm not sure what exactly his rationale was. I, in his shoes, would probably have just thrown in the towel, but maybe he saw some draw that makes a difficult situation. But now I think Jackson is not likely to even have a playable bingo, which was a calculated risk on his part. But Josh has one absolutely astounding play here, Stefan. I don't know if he's seen it. He only has a minute on his clock. The 20-minute clock's ringing their head here, but damn, would you see this play? It looks like Josh may be missing it here.
Yeah, I would not see this play. I've seen the word, but I would not see this play.
That's a tough one. The play in question, Zaptia, right here. I might be butchering that pronunciation, but this would be a 72-point play for Josh.
Wait, didn't Josh have an O though? Hold on. Didn't he have an O? Oh,
yeah,
no.
His final tile, he could have played that word with an O left over.
The O left over, yes.
Yeah. So, again, totally academic, doesn't change the outcome of the game. Would have been a fun, stylish play to see go down, but with his clock ticking low, no need to. Poet certainly gets the job done. The nice thing about Poet, it uses up this triple and prevents Jackson from doing the same with his X. Yeah. So it seems like a good rationale if you miss the unbelievable Zaptia here.
That would have been gorgeous.
I think if Josh had to find that play to win this game, I like his chances of doing that. I think in some ways it was the game situation that allowed him to take his foot off the gas and not find that. It was totally irrelevant to the outcome. And there we have it. Game 1 in the books. And I believe after that flurry of moves at the end that Josh is going to win by just about 195 points, 451 to 356. So yeah, Stefan, hard not to look at that first play from Jackson as a turning point here.
Completely. And I'd be curious to ask Jackson why he decided to go for it. And, you go for it at the beginning of the game very often because you figure, it's the first turn. How badly can I get punished if I take a chance on the first turn? On the other hand, he had just seeded a 50-point opening turn from Josh. Um, and that makes the calculation a little bit harder. Jackson went for it. These guys do play phonies, usually not against, against the top players. I mean, they do. They're more likely to get away with fire blow against someone at a lower expert level. But in this case, Jackson chose to go for it.
Yeah. Of course, it's a totally different game. It seemed like Josh thought pretty hard about letting it stay on the board and taking his 98-point counter. But he stuck to his guns and made the right play there. Yeah, not sure. So we're debating whether or not we want to talk to the players. I think my gut is that probably just want to move into the next game. This was mostly kind of Josh on top with Jackson briefly mounting that charge. I don't think frankly, there actually were some very interesting strategic decisions in this game. But
There
I don't
always
know
are.
if we feel.
I'd be curious also, Jackson passing up the bingo at the end, but this is match play. The only way spread is going to come into force is if they tie a game and are tied at 3-3-1 after 7 games. So maybe Jackson was just thinking, I saw something that might have gotten me within striking range of pulling off a crazy comeback, and I went for it instead of just conceding and cutting my losses by cutting spread. I think in a tournament game, Jackson might have played Sarcine to get those 74 spread points and keep it a little bit closer.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment. In this, that is why I think it's so interesting to have match play format events like this. There is this kind of sad calculus that takes place in a normal tournament game where if you have like a sub 1% chance of winning a game, or you could lose a game by much, much less, but it would be guaranteed. You have to make these horrible decisions sometimes where you just punt your winning chance in a game away, or maybe you don't know if you have any real chance over the board. You're not a computer after all, but it always feels sad to punt a game away and say, well, I better just, close up the shop and take my point spread on to the next game. That is kind of something fun about match play. You see players really just going for it no matter what. And that feels a little more true to a competitive game to me.
Yeah, and I think it's something that I hadn't anticipated coming into play, but we saw it come into play in the very first game, I think. They're going to go for it. They're going to try to do everything they can to win the game, even in the remote situation where it probably made more sense for Jackson over the long term of a tournament to cut his spread and live to see another game. I just got an emergency text here, Will, that I want to let you in on from my wife, Melissa Block. She says, we have a shad blow serviceberry tree in our backyard. Shad
wow. Blow. Okay. There you
Real
go.
Life,
Scrabble words. Isn't that fun when a Scrabble word that you think is confined only to the pages of the Scrabble dictionary actually finds its way out into the world, into your consciousness, and into your yard? Yeah, that's even more amazing. So there you go. Not a fish after all. We've all learned something about the shad blow today. But unfortunately, let's hope that your shad blow does not suffer the fate of being fire blown.
Ooh.
Just kidding.
That was terrible.
That came out a little more ominous than I wanted. I apologize for that. It was not a threat of any type. That was just my ham-fisted attempt at making a pun. So
please don't fire blow or shad blow.
Yes, exactly.
My wife would be very upset.
So yeah, getting word that the players are taking the shortest break. We're not going to go anywhere. We'll let them go get a drink of water or stretch their legs for a second. We'll be back with game 2 momentarily. But another interesting thing we're getting word on is that the CBC is headed to the venue to interview our 2 champion players. as well as our producer, Josh Greenway, about the Montreal Scrabble Fest. So hopefully some publicity on Canadian television for the event there.
Nice. Love that. Love that. And they will be great ambassadors, of course, and are expert at doing media as well. So looking forward to checking out that segment whenever it does post. I will point out here now, Will, that their combined records, Jackson and Josh, now it's
Is it even now?
48 and 2.
Yeah, that's actually astounding. I mean, we play a lot of you play a lot of games in Scrabble. You take it for granted that it's probably going to take a lot of games for variance to even out. But even then, I just feel like two evenly matched players could play a long match like that and still have some variation in results. It's just amazing to me. I always think of these two as being evenly matched, but I had to back it up. But you came prepared with all the data we could possibly need to show that Josh and Jackson are incredibly well matched rivals. It's got to be great as well to have somebody in your geographic proximity that is such a close sparring partner, and a rarity for both of these players at this level to find somebody who can really test them.
Yeah. I mean, you test them pretty well too. Well, I went and checked your results against Jackson and Josh.
Oh,
In
okay.
NASPA tournaments, you are 5-6 against Josh. He's got a little edge, and you're 1-2 against Jackson. So not exactly
Losing,
a huge sample size there.
but both losing records, which says a lot. I mean, I have some winning records against people that are pretty good, not those two. They do give me a hard time, I have to say. So my skill set as a player, I know the dictionary pretty well, have good command of it. These two guys, that's part of why I love commentating on their matchups, is that I actually feel like I learn a ton from watching them play. And I feel very little, shame or, any kind of negativity in saying that. I'm very comfortable with the fact that it is a learning experience for me to watch these two play, and an opportunity for me to get a little bit better myself. But even then, there's just a command of board dynamics and sort of playing the opponent and the board as opposed to playing your tiles that is very rarely seen in Scrabble.
And their ability to articulate what they're thinking and what their process was is up there with you, Will. I mean, they have that ability. Just listening to Jackson yesterday go through some of the positions in those quick interviews after games, really, for me, explains a lot about how the top Scrabble playing mind works. The ability to go through all of the possibilities and calmly evaluate them in real time to reach what you hope is the most positive decision is impressive. And they've both got that. Josh, of course, does a lot of streaming. Jackson has not done much of that in terms of to make his Scrabble life extend beyond tournaments. But they both have that ability to rationally and clearly articulate in real time what they were doing.
Yeah, it is that clarity of expression that reflects how clearly they go through all of those decisions internally as well. No wasted energy.
Yep.
Yeah, they're also, again, part of why they're playing with clocks of 20 minute here is that they probably can get away with doing that and losing not too much off of their top level game.
Yep.
So yeah, getting word that the players are almost back and ready to launch into round two. It'll be Jackson going first here. We did see a phony word be played by Jackson. I do think that's going to be by far the exception as opposed to the rule in the matchup like this. These two players definitely, I think of them in being kind of the same boat, players whose strategic grasp of Scrabble has been so good for so long, but more recently have really committed to making dictionary command, turning that less in from a weakness into not a weakness and now a clear strength for both players. They really are not likely to be bullied by anybody else in terms of their word knowledge. They know the dictionary with the best of them.
They do.
So yeah.
And
Go ahead.
seeing the phony was interesting in that first game, and it might have just been a, hey, it's morning, let's try something fun out of the gate, and then we'll settle down and try not to do that. And that may be the kind of thing, that when Jackson and Josh play each other for fun and they have long sessions, maybe there is more of that. I'm going to test you right here because the stakes are low. There are some stakes here. $250 to the winner after Montreal Scrabble Fest, giving away $15,000 over the weekend to
Awesome.
competitors in 4 divisions. That tournament was won by John Shreve, whose family foundation has been a huge source of contributions financially to WIGPO the last couple of years and has really changed the trajectory of compensating players for competing in these high stakes tournaments. And also WIGPO has been a major sponsor with Hasbro of the North American School Scrabble Championship the last 3 years.
Producer Josh tells us that John actually donated his top prize back to WGPO, which is, again, his generosity coming to the fore there.
$1,500 for taking first
bad.
in the top division in the North American Lexicon. Congrats also.
Yeah. Nobody would have begrudged him taking that prize home, I don't think. But again, very, very generous contributions to our scene. So I think the players are seated and ready to rock for game 2 in our ultimate Clash of Champions presented by Let's Play Scrabble. So there you see them seated, ready to play. Jackson going to try to shake off that game 1 where things didn't start on the right foot. And Josh going to try to put his pedal to the metal here and extend his lead. Certainly all indications are that despite that first game, we're headed towards a very close match. But Stefan, you mentioned it at the outset. Sometimes the tiles don't cooperate. I would imagine that somewhere in that big set of games you alluded to, there have been streaks one way or another in favor of either player.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about players with, as you mentioned, supreme command of the lexicon and supreme command of the strategic elements of the game. So what ultimately often ends up as a determining factor, what you pull out of the bag. We can't discount that. And in a short series, this is an incredibly small sample size for a game like Scrabble. And pure luck can be determinative here. You could also argue that Jackson took a big risk by playing that phony on his first play of the last game, and that put him at a disadvantage going forward, particularly because Josh pounced back with that double visioned.
Yeah, all true, but look at the way this game is setting up with Jackson going first, drawing the first blank, and Josh drawing one of these. We saw a couple of them actually for Josh in the first game as well, 6 consonants and only 1 vowel. So this is looking like it's shaping up to be a big early lead for Jackson. The biggest question, though, he has only 1 tile worth more than 1 point on his rack, but if he plays his only 7-letter word of rotated, like right there, it's going to place 2 vowels next to the double letter scores, which is typically something we try to avoid. Those high scoring consonants can overlap or underlap for a lot of points. So would we see Jackson potentially take a small point sacrifice to avoid making those big hot spots? Do you have any prediction on that, Stefan?
For me, you lay down the bingo and keep your fingers crossed. I don't get greedy in a situation like this, not playing your bingo when it's the only playable bingo, even I think for someone at Jackson's level. I'm sorry, you're just talking about
I just meant
slotting.
The very
I thought you were suggesting keeping the no. And he's chosen to sacrifice the points. It's not that many points. I'm an idiot. Apologies.
Not at all. No, just the minute little detail that I was calling out, and it does look like Jackson's done that here. So a lot of players would just roll with the highest scoring positioning, and this is just a great example of Jackson being aware of those tiny little details, taking a 2 point sacrifice to avoid making anything easy for Josh. And in fact, things really are far from easy for him here. Whatever.
No matter where Jackson would have placed
Yeah, things
the
are going to be
bingo.
tough. Exactly. So
Yeah.
this is a challenging situation. Josh has a lot of problems to correct on that rack there.
And nothing opportunistic for playing through the existing vowels on this board, really, that are going to score much at all. I mean, is
Yeah,
there even a way for him to get rid of the V and the two L's?
exactly. It's a choice. Either it seems like he can do one or the other of those.
Right.
He might be getting ready to play trollop through this O. That would, of
Mm-hmm.
course, keep the V, but it would solve every other problem. And in fact, 18 points for trollop. This is kind of a good sign of how difficult this position is for Josh. That looks like his highest score here.
Wow.
So,
And is there
uh,
any, and are you seeing any options for ditching the V? Is there any merit to trying to play the V and one or two?
yeah, I do think there is. So trollop is the choice here. Another idea would have just been to play plover through the blank E.
Mm-hmm.
That would have scored 13 points, a 5 point sacrifice, but leaving LT as opposed to the V. So that play is definitely in play as well. I do not fault Josh for playing trollop as well, though. Here's the interesting thing. I'm curious. It's a very minor detail. Maybe Josh is playing this because he knows this word actually takes a Y hook, and there he draws the Y.
Mm.
So maybe we'll see some interesting trollopy play, even though this isn't a very lucrative spot. Maybe that's a factor for him on a really, really minute level as well.
Is the positioning of Trollope a consideration there? He could have obviously played the TR as you telestrated it in front of the O and rotated, slotting the P farther
Oh,
to the
yeah.
right.
Further over. Yeah, that maybe he's doing this because he wants to take the sting out of the Y hook. If you play this further over the board, hooking the Y onto it starts to make more sense. You're getting a double word score involved. Maybe that's just a sign of respect on Josh's part that I don't want to make any easy Y hook for Jackson. Obviously, now Josh has a Y, but he didn't when he played Trollop. So, play of Eek, by the way, for Jackson. That looks pretty standard. Jackson with the three E's and the K. This is a great way to score well. But we're back
And
to Josh now. And
we'll get those scores updated.
yep, here they come momentarily. Um, Hopefully, should be coming in. There we go. So yeah, Josh with kind of some junk on the rack there, Stefan.
And same issue here, the V. I mean, he could play
There we
wavy,
go.
which is what
There
he's
you go.
playing.
Yeah, this
Keeping
seems.
if he saw the trollopy hook, he could have played something simple like YEW for
Mm,
26 ish. Playing WVY sheds the most inhospitable tiles on his rack and keeps a very powerful leave of MINE.
yeah, I think Wavy just has a bit higher upside for bingoing. There would have been many situations where playing the trollopy hook there would have actually been best. And now Jackson is about to extend his lead, a rack that really does not look very appealing, Stefan, with the double I's and double R's, but it happens that this one has the valid bingo, and it really saves the rack to have a 7 letter word in it. Obviously, that's kind of not saying much on my part.
No, but it's also the kind of word that when you are starting out in the game, and I coach school Scrabble. I've been running a middle school here in Washington, D.C., a club at a middle school for 15 years. The very first thing that I teach kids is what do you look for? Prefixes and suffixes. And if you set up your rack and you have done some studying, and you put that IER to start, you're going to find that word pretty quickly.
And that gives Jackson a quite sizable lead. But fortunately for Josh, I'm looking at Josh's facial expression and I'm wondering what that indicates, because he has the valid bingo of omening available right here going down. 91 points on offer. The facial expression leads me to believe that he might be having some doubts in it.
Doubt.
I just can kind of read. It's actually kind of rare, Stefan. A lot of the top Scrabble players are tough to read in that regard. Not a lot of, not sure, gesticulation, histrionics. What's the right word for it? But you just you see a lot of stoic demeanor over the board, and I kind of like that Josh deviates from that norm.
Because part of the expectation, Will, is that you guys will see everything instantly and won't ever question yourselves about whether words are acceptable or not. So there is a humanizing effect of watching someone struggle. And Josh is going with venoming.
There you go. So
lovely
this,
find.
yeah,
With all those
great
parallels, play. But it does also reflect that Josh may have been conflicted about whether omening is good. This is a big point sacrifice.
It's a very big point sacrifice, not just on the scoreboard right now, as Josh should be moving to 115. It leaves 15 scoreboard points on the table. We can see that Jackson's tiles are terrible, and he's going to have a very difficult time playing to either open triple. That's how terrible his tiles are. But in a vacuum, not only would omening get you 15 more points, it would prevent your opponent from getting potentially very big plays in response. But actually, it's kind of a weird way that luck can manifest itself, Stefan. When you make a mistake, this should normally be a mistake, but it's actually going to benefit Josh here.
Yeah, he should be getting punished for his failure to be certain about omening. And instead, he's going to wind up being the beneficiary because Jackson is exchanging, and Josh has to be very relieved to see that happen.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? So that is absolutely on point for Jackson. His tiles are so weak that it's definitely better for him to keep his two decent tiles in the E and the N on his rack and move on to next turn. But now Josh is going to have his crack to, play in one of those big spots there. Oddly, it doesn't seem like he has a great play. I would be looking to try to play something with AZ or OZ right here. And he's so close to having plays of that nature, but it doesn't look like he has anything very big in that spot. He's probably thinking to himself, how is that possible? My rack is so balanced. I've got a really nice mix of vowels, consonants, and the Z. I got to have something, but not always.
We did see Josh crack a smile when Jackson traded, and I have to think that was related to having dodged that bullet.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he's going to score. He's going to score a bunch of points here and leave great bingo tiles on his rack, but it's not as much as he potentially, obviously, could have countered with here.
Yeah, you could just change almost any of these letters to something else, and you would be seeing plays like azote, azons, orzos. There's just like a lot of stuff that he's very close to say nothing of the other spot here. I'm sure there's some stuff. But oddly, it looks like he's likely to play in this spot. It seems like the only triple he can really productively use right now is the one he just opened, something like azo, a weird-looking word if you're a neophyte, but a word you're going to see a lot in competitive Scrabble. This word, azo, an adjective referring to something like like nitrogen compound or something.
Correct, containing nitrogen.
So there you go.
So this is like this is triply worked out for Josh. He plays the inferior bingo, doesn't get punished, and then gets to benefit from the bingo that he did wind up playing.
Yeah. And it looks like Jackson doesn't really, I don't even see with his triplicated A's, Jackson leaving EN on his exchange and drawing AAACL. Pretty much any of those, and I prayers up for Ronald Acuna as I say that. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, this is tough because I don't actually think that Jackson has anything much better than like Alec through this L. That seems to be like the only way he can. Oh, maybe Ale
Maybe it's
with
LA.
yeah
Yeah.
ALAE right here. That actually looks really good from Jackson's POV to shut down access to both triples at once. That
And
looks like
still
a
score
really good play.
okay.
Yeah,
24
for sure.
points. Keeping can.
Yeah, I like it. I
I do
fully
too.
expect he'll spot that.
Yeah. And you may be thinking, the C, not great. The C, one of the most potent bingo tiles, bingo letters in the game. Keeping CAN is pretty powerful. And even if you're sacrificing that E there, I guess, is there an argument to keeping the E and keeping ACEN, just playing Allah in the same spot for 5 fewer points?
There is. I think that's very reasonable to consider. You do get a fair number extra for playing it, though. It's 5 extra points, which I feel
Mm-hmm.
like that would tip the scales for me enough to play it. The other thing, if one thing with a play like this where you're evaluating, do I play the E or not? Looking into the bag. What's the situation with the E's there? And it looks like there's a fair number, 7, still unseen to Jackson to draw. I think that would be enough to warrant playing it here, but it is absolutely not obvious. It's something you need to think about. And there you do see 2 more E's find their way onto Jackson's rack.
And I think that's the kind of decision that a higher level player will make in favor of playing off the tile. Whereas I would have been much more conflicted about giving up that E. I would have looked at the bag and still miscalculated in my brain that, oh, I can't risk shedding that E. What a great leave I've got in ACEN. I would have been reluctant to part with it and then gotten burned probably this way. So Jackson demonstrating why that higher level thinking about what's in the bag, what points are worth that extra 5 points for just playing off the E, what I'm likely to draw next.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. That's definitely the thought process he's using there. And meanwhile, back to Josh, who
Another
I
six
just
consonant rack.
yeah, I just love it too when what literally the reigning Scrabble champion is playing dirt for 10. I just feel like that's and when that is very likely his strongest play. I just think that's kind of funny that the game is like that. I think this is a great idea. Josh has an S. There was no really good S hook on the board. Now there is after this play. Of course, he's just drawn JQ, which is going to set him back quite a bit in his quest to get a bingo down. But I think that was a perfectly reasonable play, much more of a referendum on how poorly drew after Azo. He had Stir as his leave, a
Mm-hmm.
very good leave, and E would have improved it tremendously, but instead he drew duplicates and had to play dirt.
And he did hold that last tile in reserve before turning it over when he had STIRRD. And I'm sure was hoping for the E for stirred, but it was the second D.
Yeah, that's that would have been huge for him to get that down. But the game is still nice. I'm very happy that the game has proceeded nice and close. It's going to be a lot to hopefully continue to cut our teeth into in this one, as opposed to one player racing out to a humongous lead the way Josh did. So yeah, Jackson's in a tough spot. He's got some clunk on the rack. He has to assume after dirt that looks like a play that I would make if I'm Josh with an S in hand. What can I really do about it? There's not a ton of way to address that spot. You do have a B, maybe something here would do a good job of addressing the S hook, but I'm not 100% sure I see anything great that does that.
I mean, BEN, but that doesn't help a lot. There doesn't look like there's a way to address that spot and also not create a potential hook on the backside. Quackle suggesting NEB on the left side of the board, making making IN ALE and
Oh,
LIB, but not what Jackson is choosing. He is blowing up his rack a little bit here in a way
that's
that is really curious. Will, keeping VB, what do you think?
I certainly don't love keeping VB, but I do love scoring 30 points somehow on
Yep.
a board that doesn't have very much scoring pop on it. That's a really nice, resourceful way to wring some actual, scoring power out of a situation where there wasn't much available. The thing
It's
about
beautiful
this,
too. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, just a gorgeous play. I mean, I was also thinking keeping the C might be nice for this upper corner with Creek,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not the easiest to hit that spot anyway. Fives ending in C, certainly without an I on your rack, are going to be tricky to
Or
get down.
CT or CH. There were some other options there with the O that
Oh,
you
true,
also could
true.
have extended. Yeah, but still not an easy spot to hit.
Yeah,
So that's a lovely creative play too. All those hooks,
very.
4 hooks, creating an S spot on the triple column that he has to assume was possible for Josh, given that play of DRT on the previous turn and setting up that S hook. But Josh ends up using the S, playing QIS, and making
Yeah,
trouble
for a great
for a
score.
boatload of points.
Yeah, that looks really good. Getting rid of that Q and scoring well. Jackson changing gears here and dumping a lot of the clunk off of his rack. Rewoven for 17 says a lot that that's pretty much his best play outside of something really aggressive. He could use the same letters and play in
Mm.
wove from this I for 7 more points, but that would expose an E in the triple lane, which I really don't think Jackson wants to do. Maybe in a vacuum, if you could somehow know that Josh was, sitting on much clunkier tiles than average, that might be a risk worth taking. But I don't think you know anything at all about what Josh has after a play like Cheese, which is essentially, you're playing that almost all the time. Maybe the only thing you can know about it is that he probably didn't have a U, which is kind of interesting. This late in the game, we have not seen a U hit the board yet.
Maybe last game you open up that triple lane with Inwove when you're losing by 180
Mm-hmm.
points. But in this situation where the game is this close, feels like rewoven just to get that WVO off of your rack
Yeah.
and hunt for that second blank. And only one S has been played so far, too. So there are some goodies left in the bag.
Yeah, much safer to play rewoven. And again, you're totally right that the score is the primary reasoning behind that. Jackson is clinging to a narrow lead. No need to open up such an easy spot where so many things can happen to you to lose that lead. Rewoven does make a lane where 7
Yep.
letter bingos will play. So that's something to think about. Um, but yeah,
Which not
much.
terrible, right, Will? Because that dirt S hook is sitting there, a second lane, not the worst thing in the world to aspire to in a close game like this. Oh my God, look at this potential play for Josh. I did not spot this on my own, but look at the spot between the D and dirt and AZO. There's one letter that does go there.
This would be unbelievable board vision if Josh spots a play like this. Define. Imagine if he had another E and he could play redefine here.
Yeah,
What a
or
play
definer. Yeah, yeah,
that would be. Just
yeah.
astounding. But I'm just looking from Josh's perspective. He has the jet. Oh,
Oh,
this is what you're getting at this level, everybody. Stefan, I love it.
Nigel loves it.
Nice graphic.
And I'll take this
That's
opportunity. I'll take
yeah,
this opportunity to remind people to go read my 5,000 word profile of Nigel Richards that I wrote
so
for the
good.
website Defector a
So
couple months ago.
so good. It was just phenomenal.
Maybe someone can post a link in the chat. I would appreciate it.
I have it bookmarked somewhere if I have a moment, but I am doing other stuff at the moment. Maybe after the game, I'll get to it if somebody else doesn't. But nice play by Jackson here, hooking the G to Greek. It's all Greek to me. Nice one. That's, again, these are extremely consistent plays here by both players, finding every last opportunity on the board. Can't say enough how beautiful this play of Define was, putting the
Gorgeous.
I in between Azo and the D. That's just so difficult to see a spot like that. Very, very impressive. And we know Nigel would approve.
Diazo, a type of coloring or copying process.
So
Also a Zibo
now
right there. Oh, Josh.
this is another little
Yep.
part of Define that's actually really nice. You're getting a bunch of points, but also you're setting up a spot. Josh left JOR on his rack. You can dump the J, and now he's in good shape with that leave. Look at how likely he is to draw a bingo.
It's a gorgeous leave, and
Ooh,
scores a bunch of points there. Go back to that Greek play. Again, the vision.
yes.
Greek leaps out to you. Greek does not. Um, and I'll take this opportunity to shout out my daughter, Chloe, who is in Greece, finishing up a
Yeah.
semester
Oh my.
abroad and has been studying modern Greek. And we just visited her.
What an appropriate word to have with
Yes.
you on the call, Stefan.
Yeah.
It's Scrabble is these games are giving us a lot of fun personal anecdotes. Maybe that's the way in almost
Definitely.
any Scrabble game,
I will
or
say,
maybe
Chloe
not.
played. She played one game of Scrabble in Greek during her semester abroad with some friends. And her comment after was, "Yeah, they know more Greek than I do, but they don't know how to play Scrabble."
That's not why does that not surprise me? Well, I mean, they might know how to play Scrabble well for a home player, but it doesn't surprise me that Chloe would wipe the floor with any even in Greek she would manage to, out out surpass somebody there. So um, yeah, of course, Chloe rising to incredible heights now. I feel like even she has not reached her potential. Like, she's just proving that she's pretty much on her way to superstardom as long as she is interested in the dirty work of learning the dictionary, which it seems like she has done to a huge degree.
To a huge degree, she will tell you today that, I didn't study at all when I was overseas. But she's got a month. We're gonna play in South Bend at the NASPA Nationals. We're not going to make it to the Word Cup in Albuquerque Wigpo's tournament. So we'll be there though, and I'm gonna guess, if I know her, and I do, that she's going to be doing some studying in the next few weeks.
Yes, you do. So
So,
interesting. That's really interesting to see Josh spending his S here with Joe's. So he's getting
hmm,
26 points for this, maybe hoping to redraw an S. I don't know what his thinking is here, because he did have some good scoring plays like Wob that don't score so poorly compared to ABBAs and keep the S alive, which I feel like he kind of needs. Oh, but look at that blank draw for him. So things continuing to get interesting down the stretch of this game. Want to call out Jackson's previous play of Axe. We didn't spend too much time on that. Just a simple dump of the X up top, blocking the B as well. He did have the play of U-Taxi available here, which would have scored a little bit more. Not sure if that was
EU
mentioned in the chat. Yeah, EUT
EUTAXY.
AXY. So, but either way, back to Jackson now, holding on to a narrowing lead with two U's and a Y. At
Yeah,
least the
you were
Y,
saying those U's hadn't come out yet, but there
now
they
they're
are. At
all
least the Y.
swarming,
Yes.
swarming both players. So it's crazy that Jackson has a Y, which it would be tremendous if he could play a Y word down from dirt. That would do everything he wants. Blocking the S hook, probably scoring quite well in the process. I don't know if he even has a single word like that on his rack here,
Single
Stefan.
word. I mean, he's probably wishing one of those U's was an O. Play youth coming down, hitting the H on the
Easy.
double
Oh,
letter. Easy
youth
play.
would be so beautiful for him here, scoring well and doing everything he wants to the board. I
He's
wonder
holding
where.
THY and keeping the two U's. I mean, the U could come in handy coming across from the Q, but he's
Yeah,
just
I
going to
was
take some points. He's going to take the points here, Will.
30 points. Can't sneeze at 30 points. That being said, this dirt spot, it's crazy. Look, if you just lopped off the four rightmost columns on the board, you would not be losing any words currently.
Playing with a shorter clock and a smaller board.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the case a lot between these two players not wanting to offer very much in the form of easy opportunities. Jackson had a chance to open up the right side of the board and play Inwove when he played Rewoven, but he didn't want to do that. And now we're going to see the aggressive opening coming from Josh with a blank in hand. Choir. This also gets rid of his U. Josh has to know that getting rid of a U is absolutely paramount here. With three more unseen to him, he cannot keep that U on his rack and risk drawing a duplicate. So all those reasons make Choir a pretty good looking play to me, Stefan.
And it slotting the I there below the double letter score, heading across to the triple looks dangerous, but Josh kept a P and he kept an E. So if he can't bingo, he has the potential, if that spot stays open, which in all likelihood it wouldn't. But if it does, you got a place to score. And he is still trailing. He needs this volatility more than Jackson does right now.
Yeah, totally agreed. Jackson's in a very tricky spot. He has no vowel that goes above this R. So it's going to be really impossible, literally impossible, for him to make a big overlap here. He only has the T that plays there in any case. Perhaps most annoying is that he actually has the D, which would hook to Quired, but he doesn't really have a useful play that hits the triple. We might still see him use this D hook now just to prevent Josh from playing in the spot you mentioned, Stefan, playing something like he has set up on his rack, Deucey, that would block plays to the triple, score decently well, and at least use one U. I think that looks like a solid play. But that still would leave him far from ironclad here. Josh could easily bingo through the R or I of Quired after a play like that. So it's a tough situation. And now I feel like we're kind of seeing the clocks come into play. Both of these players in a normal game would have close to 10 minutes left, but we're actually now in a situation where they're feeling the pinch a little.
Blocking that spot does seem to be the consensus necessary move here, Will. Our engine Quackle agrees, whether it's DUCI or just DUI or even DUIT. They're all fairly close to one another. DUCI is the top candidate because of doubling that C and getting a few more points. And
Yeah.
keeping CUF would not have been advantageous to Jackson. He makes the correct play, accomplishes a lot, and his position of hanging on to a 50-plus point lead, even with Josh potentially bingoing, which Jackson has to realize is a possibility, he's going to have, at the minimum, it'll be a close game, like a tie game.
Yep.
At worst.
All true. The crazy thing for Josh in response, there are two tiles in the bag. He has one and only one playable bingo, which I expect him to see of Pinitum from this eye. But I worry a little bit that scores only 68 points and could allow Jackson to score well, overlapping in response. If you actually look at Pinitum on the board, maybe if we quickly cut to the analysis board right now so we can show everybody how it looks. So here we go. Pinitum. Look at how scary this is with the F and
F
H
hanging out
both
there.
lurking in
Yep.
the unseen tiles. You could easily see a very, very high scoring response. Just FOH or FAH in this spot is going to certainly score enough points for Jackson to outscore the 68 points he's going to get here.
That's a 20.
So
That's only a 20-point trade for the bingo. I think FAH or OH is 48, if I did the math right.
yeah, so 68 points for Josh here would put him up only by 12. And then a 48-point response here would put Jackson up by well over 30, 36. So Josh would need to make up a 36-point deficit with just two tiles. That does not seem particularly likely. So Josh is going to have to make a difficult choice here. It's agonizing this late in the game to pass up a bingo when you have one, but it feels like doing so is almost necessary for him to maximize his winning chances here.
Is the choice here, Will, between playing the bingo and just hoping that the F and H are still in the bag and not bingoing and trying to save it for maybe hooking that dirt spot or coming down through the I or the R inquired?
It's a great question. I think a lot of is it depends on what play Josh can identify that is not a bingo here. Can he identify something that actually has a higher upside? You have to know that if you play something internal to the board that doesn't open anything new, let's say something in this area, I don't or down here, whatever the case may be, you know that Jackson is going to do his absolute best, and unless it's a one tile play for Josh, where there will still be some uncertainty from Jackson's POV, if Josh plays one tile, there will still be one tile in the bag for Jackson to contend with. If Josh plays two tiles, Jackson will have full knowledge of Josh's rack and will very likely be able to find some kind of blocking play in this area that leaves Josh with nothing. One thing I would want to point out also, two S's unseen to Josh. We know they're both on Jackson's rack, but maybe Josh is going to pin some hopes on drawing one. Maybe there's a way to draw a play down here. Now you're in a situation where if Josh has an S draw with some other tile, he might threaten a bingo here and here that will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to block. I'm going to go out on a limb and say impossible to block. So that could be something where Josh elects not to play Penitum, tries to draw S and then some other combo and set up two spots that will allow him not to give up that 48-point play that he's going to do after Penitum. A lot of words on my part, Stefan. Not sure if I actually answered your question.
Well, we haven't seen, I don't think, Josh set up Penitum on his rack. I would be surprised if he didn't identify it and in his head knows that it is possible, and is working through this very conversation that you are having. Let's also point out Josh down to 50 seconds. He's going to play it.
Yeah. Makes
Again,
sense.
the clock comes into play here, Will. He's under a minute.
Totally agree. This is definitely a play. You could see him scrunch his face up making this play as well, of just like, I can't permute any longer. There's just no time.
Right.
And he's gonna draw an H out of the bag, which is good because Jackson won't have that easy play of FOH, but he's absolutely gonna have some plays down here. Something like soft does in that spot, which he will surely see. Looks like he is about to. Yep. There it is. That's going to easily be enough on Jackson's part. Let me get the scores updated so you guys can see what he's looking at. Josh is up to 381. Should be updated momentarily. There we go. So he's taking the lead, but it is going to be short-lived. And I don't really know, Stefan, if with that HG that was left in the bag, I don't know what Josh really could have done.
No, I think even if Jackson's going to see soft as he's got it set up, a player again at a slightly lower level might not see that and just play FAS above in the E next to the E in Penitum. That's still probably enough.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
Surely enough. That's 30 plus. 33, 36.
Yeah, just looking at the GH on Josh's rack, there actually are not a ton of great places to play it. I mean, something like Hog that scores almost nothing.
Yep.
GHI, Gi also scores almost nothing. And those are really the only plays available after a play in this spot right here. So Jackson is poised to equalize this series at 1 game apiece. I don't know why I thought anything different was going to happen, Stefan.
Yeah, me either. Oh, and he's just going to play FAS? Is it
Yeah,
possible
maybe
he's unsure of Softas?
some level of doubt. Yeah, maybe
Maybe he
some level of
doesn't.
doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
We know he saw it. It was definitely there. Also worth noting, cool option for him that I'm sure he knows would be Fossa down there,
He set that up as well.
the lower left. So just going with the word he's 1,000% sure of instead of anything that would risk it. But I'm fully confident that if he had to play Softas to win this game, it's going down for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly knows that softa is an acceptable 5-letter word. The question would be, is it a noun? Does it take an S? And that there may have been a kernel of doubt there. And he knows that he doesn't need to play it to win. So why take any chance at all?
It does go back to that point we were making earlier about the margin of victory being not quite irrelevant, but pretty darn close to it in a match play format. You don't have to make those considerations of I need to win this game by the highest number of points so that my tiebreaker puts me in the best possible position. None of that is in play. You're just looking to beat your opponent and make sure you don't throw any games away, hubristically playing words that you're only 99.9% sure of.
Looks like Jackson has hit his clock. This game is going to end momentarily. Let's take a second here, Will, to thank everyone that is making this possible today. Let's Play Scrabble. Go to the website, letsplayscrabble.com. You can learn more about competitive Scrabble, upcoming tournaments, watch other streams from previous events. Thanks so much to our producer, Josh Greenway, and Kieran O'Connor of Let's Play Scrabble for making this happen.
Yeah, great to see such a huge audience out in force to watch these two amazing players compete. Definitely want to, as I did throughout Montreal Scrabble Fest, just emphasize that from a standpoint of supporting competitive Scrabble, if you are a tournament Scrabble player, or if you're just getting into the scene through videos or wherever else, we're trying our best to, get our broadcast game leveled up, really bring this type of content on a more regular basis. And if you're enjoying that, it's a really easy way to support and say thank you is to just do all that stuff that people always ask you to do on YouTube, all that annoying stuff, like, subscribe, all this stuff. But in our case, we really could use it. We have big aspirations for this sort of content. And if you share those aspirations, really easy way to show that is to click in that like and subscribe and all those other good things on YouTube.
Like and subscribe to Will's amazing YouTube channel as well. Josh Sokol's YouTube channel, Axertypo. There's a lot of great innovative stuff happening in this game that I've been part of now for more than 25 years. And to see the sort of energy that you, Will, and others are bringing to the table has been so rewarding for me. I mean, I came into this a long time ago to write a book that a few people read and a few more people read and decided to start playing. And that remains super gratifying to me. But to see where you guys are taking it in the digital age is super cool. It's such great stuff and so entertaining. And to see these great players competing in an innovative format is just one more step.
Yeah, pretty good chance that I'm not playing competitive Scrabble without Word Freak's existence. So you can put me in that extremely large group of people who just trying to, take the torch. Not that you're still carrying the torch in so many ways in school Scrabble and everything that you do to support our scene. So it's not really a torch passing. It's just
Yeah,
maybe
please,
you
not
could
yet.
think
I'm
of
not
it
ready to
as
pass any torches yet. All
think
right.
of it as like
Be
a
clear.
lead blocker or something, right? Like I'm the guard pulling to the outside and trying to block some stuff on YouTube so you can continue to carry the ball for us. So whatever, however you want to say it, it's amazing to feel all the positive energy, reverberating throughout Scrabble right now. Not that we don't have our issues, but
Oh yeah, we can talk about those too. We got potentially 5 more games, Will.
yeah, we can. We'll go through the yin and the yang of it all for sure. But yeah, not
I think we should.
sure if.
Can we talk to Josh and Jackson after this
Yeah, I
game?
was about to say maybe if the players are standing by, we can talk to them a little about the first 2 games, which is a cool feature of the broadcast. And we know these two are going to have plenty of insights to share with us about both games. Really, I think I have both of them available for us to view on the analysis board if need be. But yeah, we'll see if are standing by. So the match is knotted at 1 game apiece. Again, as every statistic that you gave, Stefan, suggested it was going to be a close match here today. And after 2 games, it's shaping up that way.
It sure is. I'm just going to keep a running tally because it's fun. So now Jackson leads in their all-time rated games series 49-48 with 2 ties.
Yeah. And no one would be surprised. I mean, it just feels like, they're destined to be pretty evenly matched. I don't know. Okay, we have Josh standing by. There we go. So after 2 games, the match is knotted at 1. Josh, are you even aware of how close in like the official record books your matchup with Jackson is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
We do it on purpose.
Fair enough.
Well, you trail now in the series, if you combine NASPA
Yeah.
and WIGPO rated games, 49-48 with 2 ties.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you chicken out of like an ing word.
Okay, so yeah,
yes.
straight
Well,
to
good segue to
the
discussing
game.
this game.
So Josh is unhappy, obviously venoming, a very aesthetically pleasing, and we saw by your body language that you clearly saw omening and just couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, I thought like the only word like that was like iteming. It just looks so bad. I mean, what looked worse was omened, like omen ed. Like that just seems like that can't be a word.
Yeah, so for
Rusty.
the audience, the play in question here, when Josh played venoming early in the game, those same letters would have played alongside. But we were saying on the broadcast, Josh, that actually it was kind of crazy how long it took for those triples to actually get used up. You got a break in the form of an exchange after that play where you had the Z. It seems like by all rights, you would normally have had an enormous follow-up play in that spot, but you were just like 1 letter off from so many things and had to play Azo. That was a little frustrating.
Yeah, I've missed. It took a while there because I've missed like stuff like Azoic and like before against Jackson specifically. Like some reason, sometimes I miss plays like that, like just huge Z plays. So I took extra time, and that really cost me in the end there, I think. But we
With
calculated that I
G,
would have lost anyway if I'd not bingoed with
yeah,
Pinetum.
with GH in the bag at the very, very end there with the Pinitum decision, I think you were in some trouble just because it's going to be tough for you to hit a lot of bingos with some of your fishes there. But yeah, just want to quickly go back into you play cheese for 42. Jackson responds with rewoven, obviously, instead of inwove from that I, not wanting to give you any opportunity. But then you made a play that we think Nigel Richards himself would have smiled upon. What is your thought about the play of Define there?
Oh well, after I played Dirt, I spotted the I insertion there, but it was
Oh,
kind of
you were
sad.
onto it as
You're onto
far
it.
back as Dirt. That's amazing, Stefan.
Yeah, but it's like I didn't have a great play there. It was like, okay, Define setting up Joe. Great. That's what I got. But
Yeah,
yeah, okay. If you guys are impressed, then I'm
that
happy.
was the best. We were impressed, and that was definitely the best play there. And I don't think a lot of players would have seen that spot, so we loved it. But yeah,
See,
at the end, it's just Penitum. What can you say? The clock's ticking. I don't think you were in
I
good
was gonna
shape
play
at that point.
PUL. I was gonna play PUL for 11, and we calculated that Fossa for him will just outscore me by a few points. So
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
wondering whether you might pass up the bingo there. I want to go back a little farther into the first game and Jackson ask you about your opening play.
yeah, I was very sure that was not a word.
Oh,
It's
okay.
an
A little
intentional
gamesmanship.
phony. Yeah, I would say I put at least 90% that it was no good. And yeah, like over the years, like I like to think I've developed an intuition for what kinds of words might trip Josh up. Um, that said, this was not one of them. He obviously chose correctly.
Well, that's
Um,
exactly what we said. We thought that maybe that was a tactical early game. Josh, you guys are not averse to playing phonies, even against high rated players.
yeah, we each have our types of words that trip us up. Um, and so and Josh phonies me as well sometimes with like words that he thinks will trip me up, and so I was going for it for that, and I didn't really like my options otherwise, and yeah, you have to make that a pretty snap decision when you open with a phony like that. I don't know, Josh, how sure were you?
yeah, it looked absolutely horrible. But like, uh, yeah, I'm never
Fair
really sure. It's
enough.
been a while since I've studied. I mean, I've studied that list pretty significantly,
Which
like
list?
the
Which one, the
unique
fire or the
unique
blow list?
letter,
Oh, the unique
unique
letter.
letter, 8-letter words that are like
See,
pretty low probability. So, like that's a list I'm a bit more comfortable with. But like still, like yeah, compound words like that, they're really really tough. And yeah,
Yeah.
Jackson wanted to make it interesting right away, and he did. So
How does the existence of a 98-point counterplay work into your decision making to challenge this off or not?
yeah, it didn't feel like even if I lost my turn that he would be able to block both spots of visioned very easily. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I probably had other stuff, but yeah, it was mostly just like, is this a word or not? Like, I can't let him phony me on turn one of this series. Like, this would be horrible.
And
And I was
Jackson,
trying to
from your
remember like some fire words like Spitfire, and yeah,
and
it didn't
Jackson,
ring a
from
bell
your
at all.
POV, getting hit with the 98-point double double right after your phony comes off the board.
yeah, yeah. That pretty much seals the deal. I was just happy to be able to have some kind of fighting chance in that game. Because it wasn't looking good immediately.
You cut
Honestly,
the deficit to 14 after befogged.
yeah, no, I was looking okay for a little bit there. Honestly, as soon as he held Fire Blow, the way he held, I was like, nah, he doesn't like it one bit. I knew I was dead for ice.
Were you debating between fire blow and blow fire?
For a split second. I'd already decided that before he played Kibla. I was like, if he plays an L, I'm going to play Fire Blow, and I did consider Blow Fire in that
Not
process.
Firebowl? Why not
No,
Firebowl?
No.
because I want the fake N hook, catch you on
Okay.
that after.
So playing Fire Blow,
Blow.
hoping to eventually hook
Yeah.
the N on, or maybe Josh
Yeah.
hooks the N on and you challenge it off. And
That's,
was the
that's a
plan.
risky
style
spot,
point.
risky positioning with that in that double double lane.
It was,
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, only thing we were just saying in this game that was really cool was just the plays that you made with an eye towards the specific score. Give over Vig just to create a lane that doesn't exist if you play Vig. Type instead of just fishing the Y because the board is so poor for bingos with that leave of pirate, and then eventually getting drastic and befogged. But of course, Josh sitting on retinas. So
yeah,
it's definitely still fun to cut our teeth into that. Sorry to cut you off there.
yeah, no, sorry. But no, I was saying I almost missed drastic. It was probably pretty clear.
We were wondering.
Yeah,
We
we
were
were
wondering.
Yeah,
I was giving you the credit of it's early, you're tired, you've just played a lot of Scrabble.
That's the
Yeah.
credit I need for sure.
Yeah.
No, because the rack kind of gave me that bingo feeling, but then the bingo never came. I just was left with the feeling until finally I spent some time. It's like, wait a second, there's got to be something here. So
Yeah, you got there eventually. But of course, then even after befogged, Josh had steering, very nice. Oh, you know what? Just the final question about this game. We thought it was interesting the decision between what to designate the blank in that situation. I really like that you designated it a B there, because now you've drawn close enough on the scoreboard that you kind of need to prevent easy, massive counters to both triples there.
Yeah, that was the idea. That said, there was a ton of A's out, so even designating it as a B was like, all right, so sure, I'm cutting off like EIO
Wow,
possibilities, but
only
there's so many
one
A's.
on the board at that time.
Yeah, so
the A's were
at that time, I
taking a
kind of
while.
like whatever. But yeah, I think it was close enough where I was happy to just catch up slowly after that.
Yeah. I don't think you guys recognize like how. I think one of Jackson's greatest strengths as a player is how good he is at like clawing his way back into like games that should be dead. Like he hones in so well on like what his opponents have based on their plays, and like he's so good. Like he's never out of it. So yeah.
Oh, believe me,
It was a really great job.
I recognize it. So if
It's,
the audience
movie.
isn't, it's a failure on my part to communicate what I see over and over again when we watch Jackson, which is that somehow he finds his way back in these games where he should be dead to rights. But I could honestly say the same about you, Josh, which is what makes the two of you
I would as well.
so fun to watch play. Any more questions for either of these two, Stefan, before we
I got one
started?
question about this format and whether cutting the 5 minutes off of the clock for each of you, how that affects your play. I mean, obviously you guys are used to playing short games, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, but in a match situation on stream, we saw that the last game, both of you used up a lot of your clock, and Josh, certainly you probably could have used those extra few minutes in evaluating the final couple turns.
Yeah, I would say that I think this format favors Jackson. When we play our series, he's often much higher on the clock than I am. So, like, it sort of favors the routine that we kind of have. It's sort of it's probably favorable for him.
Yeah, I think so. I'm usually the one with more time left. But I think the hardest part about this, or I mean, I don't know but for you, but for me, the biggest thing it changes in my game is that I'm waffling way less between plays. If I find two plays that are like pretty close, usually I'll try to spend a minute to kind of like really figure out which one's better. Here, I'm just like, they're close enough. I'm going for it.
Yeah, same. Yeah, for sure.
And I'm going to take a quick break and let Will wrap this up before we start game 3. Great job, guys. This has been super fun. Look forward to the next game.
Yeah,
cool.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Good.
Yep, thank you both. And with that, I see no reason not to let the players get started with round 3. They're both here. Oh, maybe Josh is getting up. Okay, well, hey, everybody. So I had thought that the players were ready to jump in immediately, but we are going to get started with game 3 momentarily. So, what can you say? Two players giving extremely nuanced rationales behind these really high-level plays. I mean, even the quote unquote mistakes like Jackson playing Fire Blow, that's not necessarily a mistake. We can hear it was a calculated risk on his part. He's trying to exploit his knowledge of his opponent, his long time opponent. You heard Stefan mention it. They've played over 80 games in tournaments, but that absolutely undersells it. They must have played hundreds and hundreds of games in casual sessions. I think they try to play weekly. So the number of games between these two has to be an order of magnitude higher even than that. Even than that. So yeah, it's high level Scrabble, folks. Hopefully we're doing justice to explaining what makes it so special. So game 3, Josh is going to go first. I'll reset the scores on that just in a moment. And we're going to be ready to go very, very shortly here. So series stands at 1 game apiece for those just joining, and really appreciate everybody watching along. It's not going to be much longer until we hop into game 3. So I guess while we're just spending a moment waiting for the players to get set, you can see the pinned comment. I see it there. I think somewhere midway through the previous round, producer Josh pinned that link to Stefan Fatsis, his article about Nigel Richards, which was absolutely phenomenal. I definitely am guilty of making a lot of Nigel Richards themed content on my YouTube channel. I try to not overuse it. But the numbers don't lie. People love learning about him. And if you're eager for more Nigel content, that article that you see in the pinned comment is a phenomenal piece by Stefan. And with Stefan back, maybe who better to talk about the creation of that article than you, the writer?
Yeah, I was just felt like it was time when I wrote Word Freak. Nigel actually got cut out of the book. He was an up and coming player. He had already created a reputation for himself with his remarkable board vision and word knowledge, but he hadn't won anything yet. And I interviewed him at the World Championship in 1999 in Australia, which I covered and included a couple chapters on in the book. And the book was running along. I had written too much, of course, and my editor felt like, one character too many, one name too many. Let's take this guy out. So we cut that section about Nigel, which, hey, I should have probably argued harder to keep him in, given how great he became, but that's how journalism works. And I just felt that when Nigel made that amazing play, which Josh Sokol described as possibly the greatest Scrabble play of all time, pernoctated, it was time to do an in-depth look at Nigel and talk to a bunch of people who know him. Nigel did not talk to me for this piece. I reached out, but a lot of people obviously are friends with Nigel and have played Nigel and had a lot to say about Nigel, including you, Will. And I was glad to be able to finally write this piece. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do have a lot to say about Nigel. The funny thing is, I don't even talk about the French stuff on my channel. I feel like taking him winning French aside, there's more than enough to last forever with his exploits in English language Scrabble. But one of the things that I try to do on my channel is definitely spotlight other amazing players, and two of those players definitely are here competing in this match, Josh Sokol and Jackson Smylie. I think the two players are back seated and ready to rock. You can see our two major champions in the previous year, and who knows, we've got these big events coming up in July. Nobody would be surprised to see either of these two take down some more big events this year. I wonder what the prognostications are about who's going to take those events down this year, Stefan.
A little glimpse of Jackson there. Taking off his sweatshirt. Thanks, Jackson.
Now it's getting serious. Yeah.
Well, let's point out that in all likelihood, they're not going to be competing against each other in the same division at these tournaments. Josh has been competing in the International Lexicon Collins, so he's moved over there. So I don't expect to see them face off. But would it surprise you if Josh won the Collins division at either of these tournaments? Would it surprise you if Jackson brought home either a back-to-back in the WIGPO Championship or took down the NASPA title? Zero. They are going to be favorites among the favorites in both tournaments.
Yep, for good reason. And you've seen it on display, just a really high level attained by these players. I would even add the two of them are kind of taking the game forward a little bit in some ways. Any sufficiently deep strategy game is going to have periods of new ideas, new thinking, and new sort of applications of that to the game that drive things forward. I feel like I am much closer to a by the numbers player or like a simplistic player than either of these two players who do a lot of adjusting, a lot of sort of playing, as I said earlier, playing your opponent as opposed to the board or your letters. So they're taking the game forward. It's exciting to see in real time as Josh opens with Yuga, not the best opening rack for him with that UY on his rack, and he corrects that issue immediately.
And keeps the E, which obviously was a goal here, to keep a flexible rack, a bingo-friendly rack.
Yeah, for sure. It is going to give Jackson 1 8-letter bingo, and I'm guessing you can see those letters arranging. I don't know what to liken it to. I feel like in the case of somebody like Jackson, it kind of reminds me of like Jackson and Josh both. When they arrange those letters on the rack in just the right form to play a 7 or 8-letter word, it reminds me of the Terminator, the liquid guy, reforming a little bit somehow, you know? Is that weird?
Well, no, I think superhero is a good, way to go here. If you on the graphic of this Ultimate Showdown, it's got a little lightning bolt there.
Yeah, That's true.
Action.
So
Yeah, they're kind of action figures in Scrabble, aren't they? I'm
that
waiting.
would
That
be
would be nice.
great.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah. Action figures.
I would. Who in the chat would buy the Josh Sokol action figure? It would
It would
look a
have to be
little
a
bit
little
like
bit
this guy,
taller than
Josh.
all the other action figures, right? It's going to have
Yeah,
to be a taller action figure.
yeah, for sure.
You want to go to scale.
I'd buy it. Maybe that's like a Kickstarter type project that needs to happen. But for the time being, we do not have that. At some point, maybe we'll get there. But Josh left EIN after Yuga. Pretty appealing combination if you could draw some consonants. That's not how things have gone for him.
Nope. The double I, not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at a play like Iodine here, which is always an indictment of rough letters when you're making a play like this. It's always nice when you see your opponent having to make a play like that. I just wonder, at this level between these two, I don't feel like there would be that much emotion wrapped up in it. Like if Josh plays Iodine for 14, Jackson isn't sort of pumping his fist internally like, yes, I got away with him not having something. I just feel like we mentioned it, Stefan. Both of these players have immense respect for each other and for their ability to play extremely well and also to come back from seemingly any deficit.
And I want to point out also what goes into making Scrabble champions like Jackson and Josh. It certainly helps to start when you're young. Jackson is a former North American school Scrabble champion. When he was in 8th grade, he won that with his partner, Alex Lee, right? His partner, Alex Lee.
Right.
And Josh was a little bit older when he started. He did not start playing in his school Scrabble years. He was in high school when he started going in the game. I first played Jackson in a tournament 11 years ago when I think he was in 10th grade. We tied 396 to 396 in round 29 of a national championship. And I blew the game. Cost me the chance for my highest finish in a nationals. And I first played Josh the next year at a nationals, and he was probably, I want to say 19. And I won that game though. So I remember that too. And Josh still talks about how I played Fibranne, Fibranne against him, and he challenged.
Very nice.
Thank you.
It's a little bit of an ego bruiser to play a small child and discover how good they are at Scrabble, but in no small part, thanks to your own efforts, Stefan, you have made that an increasingly likely possibility for all of us in Scrabble.
Yeah, and I hope that the existence of people like Jackson playing when he was a kid, and Chloe, who started playing in tournaments when she was 9, and so many other great players, Zach Ansell and Knox Daniel and Cooper Komatsu, and I'm going to leave names off of this list, Jem Birch, that the influx of bringing younger players in is the healthiest thing that this game can ask for, and B, seeing them all rise to such a high level. You did a great chart in one of your videos before the School Scrabble Championship this year, Will, where you looked at the number of players in the top 100 in the current rankings in North America and how many of them started as School Scrabble players. It was a lot.
Yeah, it's an increasing percentage seemingly too. Of course, in part, that's just because as the School Scrabble program continues to, roll along and get even stronger, more and more of those players are becoming long-lasting top experts. You see it with Jackson. He's been around a while and got his start in that program. As we see Josh playing Fave, I really like Jackson's play of Pup. It's a shame that Jackson's not going to have an S available to play Smartass.
Oh,
But he is going to be able to. Let me make sure I get the scores updated.
I think it's an even bigger shame that on his previous turn, he didn't have a couple of disconnected A's to play Apparatus.
That's true. Yeah, that would have been incredibly flashy.
Yeah.
But Jackson does have an obscure 7-letter word on his rack. So this is a bit of a word knowledge check. It's not normal. It's not the normal spelling of mattress, but MATRASS is a valid 7-letter word on his rack. I feel like this is one of these words that I expect Jackson to know, but it's not the easiest to spot. Let's see if he comes up with it here.
It is does not mean mattress. It has a different meaning. Since we're on to meanings today, a
Of course, we
long-necked
should always
glass
be.
vessel. Yes, we should always be. A
We should
long-necked
always be
glass
thinking.
vessel.
I see. So it's like a beaker or something.
Yeah. Maybe a goblet. I don't know. A goblet of some sort. A beaker.
But that play,
something.
it goes down right here with indulgers. Yeah. So pretty easy location to spot it. Plays in a couple other locations as well, alongside the Eye of Iodine. But really, this is just a, do you know this word? And can you find it? And it looks like the answer is yes. He slow rolled us, Stefan. He had never set this up on his rack.
Also spelled with 2 T's.
Yeah, that's even less probable than this, I would assume. But great job by Jackson to get this down. And he's okay. He's just repositioning it here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was wondering if maybe he's having some doubts about this. Yeah, this is the type of word where you could see, whoop, I just gave Jackson his points a little early. I'm just going to assume he's going to go ahead and play it. Yeah. Looks like he does commit it. So there you go. Up to 167. I don't think I saw any reaction from Josh there, Stefan.
No. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they're aware of it.
Yeah. There were only 3 8s in that rack. We mentioned MATTRASS, and you mentioned smartass. The third, Will? Little word check on your part now, putting you on the spot.
Sorry, what's the question is what here?
What's the third 8 in MATRASS?
Oh, man. So mattress with 2 T's, smartass, and one more, huh?
And one more.
I think there's one with a U in Collins.
Yeah,
I don't know. You might have to just relieve me here.
All right, I'll give you the letter. It's an H.
Stramash. Okay.
Stramash or Stramash. Yeah. And up.
I would expect these players to find pretty much anything.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think there are any words that are absolutely for sure out of these players' range. So I think, at least from their point of view, they would give themselves a shot to find literally any 7 or 8 letter word in the dictionary at this point, and would probably be disappointed to miss anything.
No, I think they'd be upset, bordering on embarrassed to miss something. And of course they miss. Everyone misses. But, we talked about when I interviewed you, and it seems so formal to say interview, Will, since we talk all the time.
We chatted, yeah.
When we chatted for my piece about Nigel, about the difference in the brains of people like you and Jackson and Josh and so many others, and Nigel. This idea that, yeah, I would not expect any of you to miss any 7 or 8 letter word. But I would not expect you to know all the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 letter words.
No question. Yeah, that's absolutely true. The margin of utility of that is like the reason why, right? Like,
sure,
the time it takes to achieve that versus the gain to your Scrabble ability, as we see Josh play a play that I certainly like of Sweet, scoring well, taking that triple away from Jackson, where I'm pretty sure he would have scored something nice there. And opening the board a little bit at a deficit. But yeah, those longer words are not easy to learn, and they really don't, compared to those first few 7 and 8 letter words, which have a huge impact on your game, which is something I definitely want to emphasize. For anybody watching that's not as experienced, you actually you make huge strides in your Scrabble ability just by learning those most probable 7 and 8 letter words, When you get to the 9s and 10s and 11s, you need, if you're going to do that at all, you need to do it for other reasons than making yourself a better Scrabble player, because you're not going to see the benefits in that way. You have to do it for some completionist reason, or for just love of the dictionary, love of words. Those
or
are all
more as a
reasonable.
workout, right? It's
True.
just another way to train your brain at a higher level. It's sort of like swinging a baseball bat with a donut at the end of it. You swing the heavier bat so that when you have
Hasn't
the
that been
regular bat,
debunked?
it's lighter. I don't know, but it's psychologically, it's there.
I think that there was a study on that, which was debunked in terms of like, that's actually, you tire yourself out doing that, and you only feel that you're swinging the bat faster than you would if you didn't use the donut. At least I read something about that. So anyway, Jackson playing Jute. I wonder if he missed Jewel through here, it would have scored 7 more points. That being said, there is a huge defensive element to this play, not letting the E of Fave stay open any longer than necessary. With Jackson holding that big lead, he may have wanted to play down there, even if he saw Jewel, to block off triple triples from Josh, which would make a lot of sense.
You're blocking one way or another. You're blocking something, right? Jewel kills 3 potential 8-letter word lanes, but Jute killing the E is a much more potent, obviously, and dangerous lane in that triple spot with the E right there in 4th position.
Yeah, that's I would assume, just based on Jackson's general play finding ability, he probably saw Jewel and opted for this as a reasonable sacrifice given the game score. He's moving up by 100. So it's back over to Josh. And I feel like he had this rack not too long ago with iodine, didn't he?
It looks kind of the same, and I'm sure that's what he's thinking. And Josh has to be, you get a little frustrated here because this is a wide open board. There's opportunity to come back here. And he's basically 2 duplicate tiles away from sitting pretty, or even 1 less duplicate tile away from being in a position to bingo, cutting this deficit by 2/3. And getting back in the game.
Yeah, it is agonizing, without question. But I guess that even though he doesn't have a great play right now, he can take some solace in the fact that this is a good board for him.
Yep.
To complete that comeback. If he can just make a good play here and draw a little bit better, you got the 2 blanks still to come. Some of the clunkier tiles are already on the board. It seems like there's a little bit of a skew currently in the remaining tiles towards some of those bingo tiles, although both 2 S's are out. But yeah, the blanks are there. You could easily see Josh draw 1 blank and then the other and make a really strong comeback starting right now. As for what he's going to play, it's tempting for him to play something like Irid right now, which would open another triple up and get rid of the 2 I's, and undouble the R's as well and score decently. That seems like a decent play to make a threat that Jackson will have to deal with. Seems like he'll be able to play through it for something good, but you kind of have to live with that risk if you're Josh and hope that the tile gods start to smile on you quickly.
Yeah, you're going to expect that something's going to go wrong if you play Irid. There, that you're going to get hit back, and the hope is simply that in undoubling the I's and in getting rid of the I's and undoubling the R, you're going to draw better and take advantage of one of these wide open lanes on the board.
So, not sure what tiles he's picked up. It's worth noting, Josh said it himself in the interview, and when we just discussed with both players, it's playing out very similarly with Josh's clock a little bit low this early in the game. And look at that. He plays Riot instead, Stefan. That's
a big sacrifice in points. Look, the leave is a lot better than what it might have been otherwise. OER versus DEIR here. But 22 points versus what? 4?
Yeah, it's a very rare face value play. Literally no bonus squares involved with this play. 4 points for Riot. But yeah, Josh has drawn a 7-letter bingo on his rack, a radio. It feels like it's going to be Jackson would normally try to block something in this area of the board, but I'm not sure what play he's going to choose. If he plays his best scoring play of homie right here, that's a little bit risky to do at this score, but man, it scores a lot.
It's a
48
lot of
points. Tough to turn that down. The only downside is if you're worried that Josh might have something, which I have to say is a major concern after Riot. You have to assume, like maybe from Jackson's POV, he could assume Josh would have something like RIO blank or something to play that. I don't know. Like it's tough you have to assume some strength. But now Jackson has, instead of homie, he set up his tiles into what I think he may play, which is formal through this M. Very nice idea, but even that's going to yield the bingo back to Josh.
Is Jackson concerned, even with the 48 points, that H sitting in the triple lane is a bigger threat than you might think otherwise? Simply because, like you said, if you infer that he might be sitting on a blank with an SRE or whatever, that I could get that I could lose the game. I could make a play where allow him to triple, and then suddenly my 100-point lead is a 100-point deficit.
I absolutely think that's his main consideration here with why he wouldn't play this. Normally looks phenomenal. In a close game, you would play this for sure. 48 points, leaving FLR, reasonably synergistic consonants if you could draw a couple vowels. And I just absolutely what you said, Stefan. The plays through this are so devastating in a game where you are so in command. That being said, I'm not going to quibble with him playing that. Another idea, if it's probably a little tougher to triple through an F. If he wants to play from, that scores pretty well, not 48, but 38, and it leaves the Y to help you balance your leave a little better. But I definitely prefer this play for Jackson, scoring 30 points, opening nothing at all. That's super dangerous to Josh. Keeping HM, which is a really nice scoring combination for next turn. But we're going to see Josh play his bingo here very fast. I guess my only question is,
play it on the top?
He could play it there. Yeah, maybe he should play it there.
Putting the D on the triple letter score.
He's going to play it down low. I'm surprised. I feel like playing it on top at this score is well worth it to just put extra pressure. But that being said, if he had done that, you can see that Jackson has O's that he would easily be able to overlap. So maybe this is an example, just like last game or one of the first two games, Jackson playing befogged instead of defogged. Even when he's down, he could have used the extra volatility, but he just knew that the math did not favor him making the more aggressive choice on those two moves. So yeah, Josh playing the less aggressive one. I am kind of surprised by that.
I'm a little surprised too. And yeah, what was the difference in points here, Will?
Only a few. I think it's less. So Josh scoring 75 points for that. It's 4 more points on top. So it's not a huge gain. I just love it for the aggressiveness and to really put maximum pressure on Jackson. If he doesn't have an O, which we see he did, he would really be in a bind a lot of the time to address the spot. So in any case, Jackson does have an O, and in fact, he hits a very, very high scoring counter of Mozo for 54, which really negates a lot of the gain from Josh's bingo there.
Yeah, it sure does.
So yeah,
Josh drew the Q.
Not what he wants to see by any means here.
No eye for back-to-back Kiblas either.
True. I guess it's worth mentioning that both blanks are still hiding. Neither of those have come out to play yet. it'll be curious to see when that happens. And wow, Jackson drawing pretty nicely and very fast. He puts his tiles in order
Oh,
of
yeah.
leg because that's going to play right here. And it's very hard to see Josh doing anything to address that. In fact, I think it's likelier he's going to dump his cue off and keep his other good 6 letters and try to bingo through the open lanes on the board. And then Glegg's coming down for a boatload, Stefan.
And that's a flashing red light when Mozo comes down and you see that ZA sitting on top of a double word score. You're just immediately frantically scrambling, trying to figure out how can I capitalize on that spot and how can I do it in the most effective way. And you're right, Will, of course.
Yeah, the leave is good. The T meshes pretty well with these letters. There's definitely stuff you can get. Tailbone. I think atonable is a word. There's definitely plenty of stuff. And there he will be able to bingo. So atonable through the T. Abalone, as you suggest. So we will be seeing Josh bingo. Let me just quickly get in this play of Glegg, 49 more points. So a 2-turn sequence of Mozo and Glegg that nets Jackson over 100 points.
Wow.
Really, really not what Josh is needing to see to get this comeback really in gear here. But still,
Insta bingo.
Where are the blanks? Haven't seen them yet.
Nope.
So I just worry a little bit that the tiles are kind of running out. I feel like now is the time that Josh needs to draw one of those blanks, bingo, and then the other, and then we got a game on our hands.
And the bag looks really good from bingo perspectives.
It does.
There are a lot of very powerful bingo tiles left in this bag. I mean, you could argue that there's very little that isn't bingoable or bingo friendly. That's a great bag. If you're Josh sitting at that, looking at that, you're not completely discouraged.
It's like VXK. That's about it.
Yeah.
In that bag that you're worried about. Everything else, I guess the eyes would alarm you a little just because there's 4 of them. But if you could just draw the 1 along with all that other stuff, you are in really good shape. Josh hasn't drawn one, but he's drawn good bingo tiles here. To my eye, I don't see anything that he can play yet, which is a tough break for him. He really would have needed to get one ASAP, but maybe there's still a chance. Question of, is Jackson going to put an S onto atonable? Tempting. It's so tempting looking. He would score so many points, but definitely not. There's no world where he is going to put an S on there. It's tough to think what he is going to play. I guess something like Chew has some benefits of scoring well and obstructing this E, which is definitely one of the bigger threats on the board.
I mean, there aren't a lot of gigantic threats on the board, are there, Will? Maybe coming through the E and indulgers with a couple of consonants next to the U and the A coming down. Otherwise, the E at the bottom of intonable looks like your most likely bingo lane here. This is not a super bingo friendly board suddenly.
I totally agree. There's not a lot of space. It may eventually involve some kind of a setup play on Josh's part. I don't know where, to create a little bit more space. Maybe a play through this Y somehow that scores decently well and opens up something new. But you're absolutely right that just the geometry of this board makes it kind of difficult to imagine where would 2 bingos even go if you're Josh. So things are looking good for Jackson. It looks like he is getting ready to play Chew, which takes out, to my eye, one of the more flexible, maybe the most flexible lane on the board.
I mean, there are front hooks for both H, A, and W, O that conceivably form bingos, but certainly not going to be easy to come down that way.
So there we go. There is the play of Chew. keeping that one vowel. The best leave, it is not the puns. God. It isn't the best leave, but in a way it is the best leave, right, Stefan?
Sure. Especially when you pull blank EI to go with it.
That looks pretty good. So things are looking up for Jackson in this game. That draw is pretty much, to me, close to an icer. I actually don't know if he has. Does he even have anything playable? It's almost doesn't matter. It's as long as that blank isn't on Josh's rack. Jackson's definitely breathing a sigh of relief here.
Yeah. And it really, all that matters here, Will, it's important to remember, is that they're besties and they want to just have a good match.
That's true.
It's not about winning and losing. It's about the friends we make along the way.
Yeah, best friends. So yeah, besties. That would be cool to see go down in this matchup in particular. I'm rooting for it to somehow happen. These two, I don't know. Would they? I'm not sure if these two would characterize themselves as besties.
Yeah.
I think they're very, very good friends. That much is for sure. So I don't know how sacred we hold the term of besties, but by most standards, I think these two would qualify.
Yeah, they're certainly Scrabble besties.
Oh, look at what Jackson has lined up too. He's getting ready for this to be an H. That's what he's eyeing here. What a stylish play that's going to be.
Oh, gorgeous.
I wonder if there even is anything better than that available here, or anything at all. If we just quickly take a look on this current board. Yeah, okay. There is beasties as well through this A. So 2 playable bingos on the current board right now before Josh's play for Jackson. Only 2, beasties and beastie through to that E. We'll see which of those 2 remains open. So, yeah.
Behesty, the principal spelling. A water carrier.
Very nice. That's a good one. I think there are a bunch of variations of that
variant spellings on that word. Yeah.
And that gets back to the point that I guess we were making in tandem earlier, which is, as we see, neuter is played there by Josh. That's a nice idea. You got to score some points. And also neuter blocking beasties, which leaves Jackson with only one option to bingo. And we know, obviously, we've seen him spell it out on his rack previously, that he would see it. This is literally the only bingo. And I think this is a pretty high degree of difficulty find, Stefan.
Absolutely. Making the blank an H, ending your 7 letters in an I to hook onto another vowel, the B and the H next to each other. Not something you see in a lot of words. This is gorgeous. Yeah, that's a beautiful find. And again, this goes back to just pure power word knowledge and pure studying the 8-letter words over and over and over again over many years.
Yeah, it is a journey. It's tough. I think it's tough because I know for a fact, for example, that Josh Sokol, who makes a beautiful play of Onyx, by the way,
gorgeous.
To open the board up a little more. That's tremendous play.
And score a ton of points.
Scoring very well. And now he has centavos through that O, which I don't think there's any way Jackson lets this O stay open. I'm just looking if there are any triples here. There's only one tile in the bag, and Jackson is going to quickly see that if a T is in the bag, which it is, Josh will have a bingo through this O, so he's going to block it. And very, very fast, he plays Aikido. Very nice.
Nice.
Spotted quickly, wasting no time. Just
moving a lot of tiles. Yep. Yeah. Moving a lot of tiles to speed this up. Noticing that there's no way to make that O work and get rid of KHD, some combination of, and still hit the triple. Beautiful.
Nice also that Jackson had 3 eyes, and you can shed 2 and set yourself up with really good end game timing with 3 tiles that are going to go out in a number of places. So well done to Jackson. Well done to Josh. But I was just saying that Josh, I think, would be the first to tell you that he doesn't really take that much pleasure in studying the dictionary. I think
Yeah.
depending on what kind of brain you have, I like it. I've always loved the sort of process of adding new words, in the dictionary to my repertoire. But I think there are some people that, for many people, it's kind of a chore that's required if you want to really get into the good stuff of Scrabble, which I think the good stuff of Scrabble, the strategic depth, I agree. I love that stuff. But I also love the word study to some degree. Not everybody is that way, Stefan.
No. Yeah. And like, I'm looking at myself on the screen, and 20 years of not being that person doesn't make me happy every day, but that's life. So it's always been kind of a chore for me. And I'm a studier in spurts. I'll spend months and I'll have like a spreadsheet and keep track of my progress. And then suddenly 6 months go by and it's like, oh, I guess I had a life and work and whatever, and not enough motivation to learn all the words. But it is that first burst. And I'm going to bring up Chloe again, whether she wants to hear it or not. But Chloe powered through the words starting at during the pandemic. Josh and Jackson were both, I use the word mentor, but there were lots of hours on Zoom playing and analyzing, and them encouraging her to get serious about learning the words. And it took her 3 years to get through all the 7s and 8s, but she did it. And the results are self-evident. When you apply yourself in that way, you're going to see those results, just as, Josh and Jackson did a decade earlier. It happens quickly. And we're seeing players that are doing that now. People like James Donnelly and David Spargo and others who are really learning and getting better tournament by tournament by tournament.
Yeah, it's inspiring to see. It makes me question my life decisions of why have I started making all this YouTube content instead of studying the 9s and 10s and 11s like I need to do.
Need to do. Yeah. Need.
No, it's I actually do not question it at all. It makes me very happy. I like the idea of, as you say, so many interesting people, so many fast rising players trying to tell those stories on a platform that's a little different. Is very. I can only imagine. I feel like I've worked pretty hard on those videos, and I actually now have an appreciation of like, you've done like 1,000 times the amount of work that I've done to put Word Freak together. And I just, it's hard to imagine the amount of work that went into the creation of that. So yeah.
Journalism,
anyway,
man, it ain't easy.
Yeah,
you're doing journalism, and
but not well. So to see it done well and with care, like the article that's pinned in the YouTube chat right now, a great example of it, as we see Caves played by Josh at the end of this game, just getting rid of the C and V, which was his top objective in the end game, and then Jackson with his top play of hit.
Yeah, Jackson just ending the game. He could have scored a lot more points, and in a tournament game, I think he might have, and let it go one more turn.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
it's HI up there. Yeah,
high here, also high here. But of course, you would allow Josh to get one more turn in that case. So rather than do, as you suggest, in a tournament, the players would be doing all that math, counting up the sequences of what helps me win the game by the most. And in this case, actually, the computer engine suggests that playing hit is 1 point better.
Oh, there you go.
Playing this, let's see what the reason for that is. I'm very curious. It's because how Josh to play set for 19. That seems to be a pretty high scoring response. So in any case, another win for Jackson. So Josh opening things up with a win to start, and Jackson responding with, that's not true. It was, right? No. Josh won off of the Fire Blow game, and now Jackson responded with 2 wins in a row to take the series lead at 2-1. But it is a best of 7, Stefan. If we had the ability to do polls or predictions or something, I feel like the smart money would be on this series going 7 games.
Sure. And that's what we're here for. That's what we want to see. This in the NBA and the NHL, we want to see those best of sevens. We don't want to see the sweeps like the ones we're about to see in the NBA. We want to see this one go much longer.
Yeah, that's as a long-suffering Knicks fan, I was very happy to see meaningful Knicks games deep into the month of May. Of course, a sad end, but I'm still very proud of them. But yeah, Game 7 doesn't have quite the same ring in Scrabble. For that reason, we don't do as much match play as you would see in
Mm-hmm.
other pastimes. So maybe if this becomes more of a staple in the scene to broadcast really high-level matches between top players, I could even see a match. I don't know, Stefan. I think at this point, Chloe has become quite a monster. So the Stefan versus Chloe match would be a tough one. But I would love to
That
see
could be a
that match
sweep.
too.
Yeah.
I'd love to see too. Stuff like that is a lot of fun. So I think this format is really something we, should try to be doing more. And if you agree, nice way to support, clicking that like and subscribe button on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. It's a great way to show your support for this stream and all the other ones put out by producer Josh Greenway and his partner in crime, Kieran O'Connor.
And let's also give a quick shout. We haven't seen many challenges so far in these 3 games, but let's thank Art Moore and his new program, wordjudge.me, for supplying that. And we've got the challenge cam, which has been super fun to watch over the weekend at Montreal Scrabble Fest, and again in our challenge match today. So Art Moore, wordjudge.me, if you're looking for another word judge program to use in your tournaments.
Yeah, it's great. It looks awesome. It adds that little dramatic pause after you hit the. I don't know how I would feel about that as a player for it to have the dramatic pause, but as a spectator, it adds a ton. I love it so much. So
totally love that.
Yeah.
Love that. The innovations that Josh and Kieran and others are creating in streaming has been huge. And streaming is a great way to consume Scrabble, even better to play some Scrabble. We mentioned the upcoming national championships, Word Cup in Albuquerque, the Scrabble Players Championship in South Bend, Indiana in July. Before that, Josh and Kieran Let's Play Scrabble hosting their traditional Albany 4th of July tournament from July 4th to 7th. Always amazing to see new players come to those long events. And if you haven't tried a multi-day event, go for it. And if you are a veteran player, it's a fun weekend. And I'm hoping that Chloe and I will be there. Not sure yet, but we're going to give it a shot. But it is another great tournament and a way to warm up for those national championships to follow in the coming weeks.
Yeah, July, a huge month on the Scrabble calendar. So many cool events. And I think our players are probably, Jackson and Josh are probably gearing up for those same events and probably view this as a great test. If they can play their top level Scrabble against each other, then they're going to be well positioned to take on anybody else that shows up to those events. These two will clearly be the favorites. So we got game 4 ready to get started here. I believe it is Jackson going first in this game. And looking to, can Jackson win his 3rd straight and really take a commanding advantage in the series? A lot will depend on these first few draws. We like to see probe. Oh, okay. Things were looking okay. And then went a little bit south with the BGP combo, Stefan.
No B group. He's going to have to regroup, not B group.
Very true. I think it's not going to be possible for him. And whoa, look at Josh's tiles with the 3. You like to see LY. You like to see the S. But the rest of it is just too many. One or two.
ILY, ALLY.
That's true.
Not all together like this.
Yeah, he'll almost regardless of what Jackson plays. It looks like maybe Brogue is going to be the choice for him. That looks pretty good. Of the B, G, and P, I think most of us would probably pick the P if we had to hang on to one of those 3.
There's another option would be to do what Jackson just set up on his rack and keep PE instead of just P.
Yeah, that looks even better.
I think that looks better. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
he's
just
got the
don't know.
hook. Yeah, he's keeping that E. You want to keep that E.
Well, I don't think this hooks with an
No,
E,
I didn't
but
mean that. That's not. Yeah, no, I misspoke there. Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
But yeah, in general, certainly keeping the E as a hedge for your next rack. You never know when you're drawing 5 tiles from the bag. Am I going to draw 5 consonants? Am I going to draw 5 vowels? If you go into your next turn knowing that you have at least one of those 2 things on your rack, you have a little bit of insurance against those really ugly draws. And it actually does appear that Jackson's drawn kind of poorly again.
Mm-hmm.
Another G finding its way onto that rack. So yeah,
four vowels to go with it.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slog. It's kind of funny how these games ebb and flow. Sometimes the early slog turns into a shootout very fast, and then the early shootout becomes constricted board surprisingly fast at times. A lot of these games have ebbs and flows. I feel like that's one of the central theses of my YouTube channel, which is that every game of Scrabble is kind of a story in its own right.
Yeah,
In some
yeah. And
ways.
I'm laughing here because are you looking at what Josh has set up on his rack?
No, did he?
He had set up ballsily in a ballsy manner.
I
And
didn't
it would
see
have
that.
been pretty ballsy to make that play.
Ballsily. I mean, that's a word like formation. I don't know if I want to go so far as to call it a word, but it looks kind of like one. So
Yeah.
yeah, he perhaps contradictorily he does not play ballsily. Instead, just playing Billy, which makes total sense. That's a very normal move, getting rid of the 2 of the 3 L's on his rack, the Y, scoring decently 20 points. Josh has an S, so he's going to be very happy that he now has a 7-letter word in the form of analysis that will play here in a way that I would be hard-pressed to see Jackson blocking. So let's see.
And how and the issue for Jackson now is just how do I clean and score simultaneously here?
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly difficult. A lot of the plays that clean the rack immediately, such as epilogue, are very foolish in this situation. The current board with just Billy and Berg on it has very little scoring power available to either player. So by playing epilogue or something like goalie or one of these other plays that put a letter in the triple lane, that just makes your opponent's next move so much easier. So he'll be looking for something a little safer than that. But frankly, it's hard to find an option that you might be getting ready to play peage here. Or wait, PU is a word. Where would he be playing that? PU is not a word, I should say. Pelage. Okay. So this is a way at least of scoring a few points and not opening anything. It actually scores a surprisingly good number of points here. 19. Don't love the IO leave, Stefan, but I don't know if I see anything that much better.
It scores as much as anything else is going to score on this board.
So
creates an easier hook with the E for bingos, but doesn't drop a tile up into the triple lane.
Yeah, which I think is pretty important from Jackson's POV for the reasons that we were talking about, where the board is tough to score on right now, and putting a letter in the triple lane makes it so easy. But interesting. Okay, so I was curious about this. Josh plays a very nice bingo through the open P of capellans. That scores 74. Analysis in this spot scores 70. The nice thing about this is maybe it's kind of deceptively not that easy to do much with this triple. I just feel like the last 2 letters being consonants makes it a little harder to overlap, and it makes it impossible to put a high-scoring letter in that spot. If this was a vowel instead, I think he would be considering taking a point sacrifice here.
I guess the difference here, Will, might be creating a bunch of floaters with by hooking Borg, creating a lot of 8-letter bingo lanes versus the more remote possibility of getting hit really hard at the top. Maybe Zoa, maybe ISO something on a triple triple. Not going to be a ton of triple triples. It's not the riskiest spot in the world, I think, but there is scoring potential up there. But maybe less risky than creating all of those lanes by running Amlises under Borg.
Yeah, you're totally right about that, Stefan. That has to have been his main consideration. A play right here, putting all of these really nice bingo tiles. They're 2 A's, of course, so you're only getting the benefit of the 1A, probably this one. But N, L, C, these are all very good bingo tiles. And any 8-letter word that Jackson would have through any of these tiles, look at all the open space you would have.
Mm-hmm.
But a beautiful response to Josh's play here of Danio with 5 overlaps. That is absolutely, by far, Jackson's best play.
Best play. And that's the risk. I mean, there was some risk, we said. Well, that's a risk without any high-scoring tile coming into play. He just happened to have a 5-letter word that fit perfectly and scored as much as it did.
Yeah, and 37 points, that looks scary, that huge overlap there, but 37 is not a devastating response either. So that's kind of a testament to, like, yeah, as you said, Zoa would have been pretty bad. But of course, if your opponent has the Z, their odds are pretty good that they're going to have something nice. It's hard to guard against it too much. But Josh has a clunky looking rack, but he actually has a 7-letter word on it of Linuron. So that plays alongside Pelage. And I just always get a little agita, Stefan, because I feel like if he saw Linuron, it would be on the board by now, unless he's thinking, am I missing an ing word or something like that? Like, to me, my instinct is if you see Linuron, you kind of instantly know this is the only spot you're bingoing on this turn and you're playing it. But Josh hasn't played anything for a few seconds now.
He might just be working out. I think you're right. The G sitting there, or it could be a drastic situation like Jackson explained in the previous game, where I'm looking at that rack and I'm like, I know there's a bingo in there, but I'm just not seeing it, and I'm not going to give up just yet. So it could just be a matter of that, or just really methodically going through other possibilities. Not that there's a whole ton of possibilities on this board. We're really talking about the G with those letters being possible, unless he's trying to be flashy and looking for something that I don't see.
Yeah, maybe a 9.
Double 9 through O and A.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough, right? Because those types of moves are, I suppose they are always possible to get them down, but they're obviously very unlikely. And the thing about these games, again, the clocks are 20 minutes instead of 25. That 5 extra minutes, those 5 extra minutes to think are important. And in general, when you reduce the time on the clock from 25 down to, let's say, a blitz game, 3 minutes or something like that. Oh, man, we're going to see a huge miss. Oh, that's a huge, huge miss.
Wow.
So that is the second best play here, Lion for 17 points. But being able to get off of this rack immediately, those really unappealing, not that synergistic low point tiles, and turn them into a 66-point bingo and move on with the game, it's so much better than any other play here. So that is, I think Josh is going to be a little sick when he realizes that post game.
Yeah. He's drawn well after it, but that is definitely the kind of mistake that he will be not pleased to realize that he had made.
Yeah, that's a tough one for sure. So immediately Vomito coming down. Jackson wasting no time playing that.
It's just Vomito.
Vomito. Okay, yeah, I gave it a little flair that it didn't need. Sorry about that. Vomito. Okay,
let's go with the straight vomit. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a nice play by him to get all of the clunkiest tiles off of his rack and score a few points. It doesn't really, the game is so even. Oh, Dratted finding its way onto to Jackson's rack now too. So it seems to me like there's nothing Josh will ever do on the right side of the
No.
board here. Pretty much any play he's going to make is going to be in this area, and then we're going to see Dratted go down. So yeah, the Linearon play is going to loom large, but let's see if Josh can rebound from that here. I wonder what he's going to play in this situation.
Not a lot of great options.
It's brutal because your tiles are quite good and you are so close to ING plays. It feels like the problem here is that in a vacuum, if I was playing a computer engine, I would consider playing just the U somewhere because the rest of your letters are so strong. There are so many consonants that you can draw that give you an ING word, and even some of the vowels you'll draw, alien or Alienor, all of those are going to play. So just playing the U by itself feels really weird, but actually it's probably very strong in terms of how often you get a bingo down. The problem is you're not playing a computer engine, you're playing a flesh and blood human in Jackson. We know Jackson's going to play his bingo no matter what Josh does,
Right.
but Josh might be reluctant to fish a U here, knowing that Jackson will respond more defensively.
And your options for, you can't even disguise it here, Will. It's basically playing or MU in Vomito. There's really nowhere else to play.
Yeah.
So like there's literally nowhere else to play the U off. So you are telegraphing your rack. And if you're willing to do that, maybe that's fine. From Josh's POV, what's his opponent thinking there? He must have an S to hook ENS. He's got the ING maybe. You're shutting things down a little bit with those lanes through the O and the M and the I. But you're telling your opponent, I'm gonna bingo, whether there's nothing you can stop me. You can't stop me from doing it.
Yeah. That would probably be the reason if Josh does end up playing just the U, it's probably with that confidence, as you said, of yes, I am telling Jackson that my other 6 tiles are incredibly bingo prone, but even with that knowledge, you can't stop me.
Right. And that sets up another bingo lane on top of it.
True. Definitely. You could see it's an interesting question between which side of the M, if you're going to just play the U, which one to do. Okay, Josh has decided. I was literally about to say, if he's going to do something that's not a fish of just the U, maybe Ulva is a decent option. It keeps the ING in play, scores a few more points, opens him up to a 3-tile draw instead of just the 1, but it doesn't really tell Jackson quite as much.
Right.
So yeah, seems all right.
Doesn't leaves that M and the I lanes open for 8s, creates a new bingo lane to the left of the A.
Yeah, a lot of good things with this play,
for
sure. So it's back to Jackson, and we are now, I guess Jackson has to think of, is this oh man, this could be a really interesting
Z setup.
So that's the first thought. If you're Jackson playing against Josh, Josh is well known, and he's done this to me a number of times, setting up a really powerful tile in a way that I sort of don't detect, but Jackson is way too smart to fall into the same traps that I do. So he's going to at least be thinking about this. And I can tell you what he's thinking is, if Josh actually had the Z on his rack at this point, where would he have played if not this? Did he have a Z play anywhere else that if he had the Z, he would be likely to play this? And frankly, I'm not seeing an obvious place for that right now. Yeah, like Zoa through here. I feel like Ulva is clearly better than Zoa with the upside of playing a 60-point Z play here. So Jackson might play Dratted here just to honor the possibility that Josh is setting up a Z on a board where it wasn't very good prior to that play. So very interesting.
Can
Oh
you
no, you can't
overthink
play
this, Will?
Dratted. Hold on, Dratted puts an A right here, so
Yeah.
you can't do that. So if you play Dratted, you put the A there, and you make a giant spot for the Z. So maybe, I mean, that's something Jackson has to consider. And when he does, he's going to go back here probably, because it's even worse to allow Josh to play the Z here
But
than it is here.
Jackson's holding 2 tiles right now.
Wow. Interesting. Tad.
So have they both missed
seemingly,
bingos,
yeah.
or has Jackson made a strategic decision to pass up a bingo to address the potential ZA spot?
I think there's no question that you man, maybe there is a question. God, I got to think about this. Meanwhile, Jackson drawing aerated, which lays down alongside this G of Berg. But that actually is fascinating. If you really, really, really put Josh on having a Z, is it possible that playing Tad is better? My gut says no, for the simple reason of you're playing for 9 points. You could have played for 74 points right here. So you're sacrificing an enormous amount. What could Josh, if he has the Z, what would he likely do with a play right here, for example, right? If he can just play something here, he's going to get 30 odd points. He would have scored in this spot something in the 60 range. So you've sacrificed 60 points to play this instead of this. And in a lot of cases, Josh is only getting dinged 30 when you block the spot. So it doesn't feel like the best exchange. I'm going to guess that that was just not thinking that drat is a verb. And I think that's a reasonable, I mean, Stefan, I think that would be a reasonable conclusion.
Absolutely a reasonable conclusion. I mean, as we have said, even the best players doubt themselves. He may have seen dratted, he may have seen it immediately and just questioned himself slightly. And, you know, you might say, wait, the dude that played Firebowl, what was it? Blowfire? Fireblow?
Fire
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Fireblow is gonna doubt himself about a 7-letter word that contains only high frequency tiles. That would be surprising to me, but it absolutely happens.
Yeah, it does. And look at this.
Look at this.
This is a shocker. If I'm Jackson, I'm surprised by this. Oh, but now he has de-aerate. Okay, that's. I was going to say that would be devastating, but de-aerate is going to still fit through this E. Okay, never
There's
mind.
The Z.
You can see,
there's the Z.
There it is. Love it when a plan comes together. Of course. Really interesting play of peeing. It thematically, Josh was close to a bingo with his tiles, but I think he knew the board was not conducive to him getting one down. And yeah, look at, he's kind of shaking his head like, oh God, you know, how is this game proceeding in this way?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's tough, but he's still very much in this. He's not even down by that much.
No,
so
no, it'll effectively be tied after this turn, I think.
Yeah, he can play Yez in this spot for an enormous score. You don't love keeping UU on your rack, but for 59 points,
for 60 points, yeah.
I'll do a lot of things for 60 points, Steph.
Yes.
You quote me on that. I'm just kidding. I have standards.
No, 60 points is a lot though. It's definitely worth considering.
It's true.
What you would, there's a calculus to be made there, Will. What do I trade for 60 points?
For sure. But yeah, you know, it is worth saying here that Yez scores really, really well, but also Gauzy is kind of nice too. It doesn't score quite as well, 44 points, but the ERU leave is so much better than GRUU. It's like surprisingly much better. All right, it looks like Josh,
hard to pass up. That's a 15 point-ish swing.
It is. It's a lot.
it's hard to sacrifice. I think just mentally, we talked about Nigel and, hey, it scored 15 more points. What else am I going to play? That's his philosophy in a lot of cases. Right.
Yeah.
So I think you see that and you recognize like, oh, I'm going to have to work through this UU and it may not work out quickly. But it's worth it.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's hard to evaluate plays that. Yeah, sorry, I'll get the scores updated here. The score is now Josh after that big Z play in Jackson's bingo with a narrow lead. Not sure why it's not updating, but it should momentarily. Just really trying to force the issue here. If not, I'll try to fix it manually. But okay. Well, anyway, I'm not sure why the scores aren't updating. I'm going to try to fix it on my end. But harem is, with all those consonants, seems like as good an idea as anything for Jackson. He wasn't going to be able to do much else other than play through that E on the board.
It's 30 what?
That was
points.
32. Yeah, 32.
Definitely creates some volatility underneath it. That's a dangerous lane, but that lane was there anyway with DR8. Definitely going to be ways to score under the H, under the A, if you've got the E to go under the R and then under DR8 as well. But Jackson drawing both blanks.
Yeah, both blanks finding its way on there. That's a great draw for him. Let me just try to manually do the scores. I don't know why it's happening for now. I'm just going to get this up. Can't seem to find. There we go. Score. Okay. I should be able to fix this momentarily. As Fig goes down, keeping the 2 U's again. That's definitely not. It's definitely not what.
Not ideal.
Oh, okay. It looks like the score is just now updated. Not really sure why. I didn't do anything. So hopefully that's not going to happen, and we'll get the scores updated in a timely way. Sorry about that, everybody. Shouldn't be an issue going forward. Let's try the new score after Fig. See if it goes through. There we go. Okay. Looks like maybe just a blip that has resolved. In any case, this is actually a fun back and forth game. We've seen 2 bingo misses, which is definitely not something that I had. Oh man. I guess I was going to say on my bingo card.
Just sigh and move on. Will. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah. And you made a choice there to point it out, but
yeah,
that's on you.
I heard it, so I had to just roll with it. Anyway,
so here's an interesting positional thing, particularly for players not at their level. You've got 2 blanks. You've got the Q. If you have an opportunity to play off the Q and score in the 30-point range, do you burn a blank here? You're going to be tempted. Or do you just play QI and move on? There is an open U on this board, and you can see Jackson setting up quirk. But this is that 2 blank conundrum for players is often something that's tough to resolve. It's harder to see bingos with 2 blanks. It can be a real roadblock often.
It's tough for anyone.
It's tough for anyone.
Yeah, Jackson playing quirk. The thing that I was curious about, and what you basically alluded to there, Stefan, when you're in a situation with those 2 blanks, as you said, do you burn one, certainly to play the Q for a lot of points when there might not be a way of doing that? Quirk only scoring 18. Mm-hmm. So maybe there was, on this particular board, I think Jackson, I'm not even sure if he burned both blanks, if he would be able to play something big.
Play there, SQ.
But he could have played shirk here in this spot. I think he just drew the S. So he would
have had to play the blank, yeah.
The blank as the S. And Shirk scores quite well. It scores almost 50 points,
49.
leaving
Yeah.
2 blanks. So that is appealing from Jackson's POV, especially if he feels like, well, I mean, the game is so close. If Jackson were trailing, it might be nice to play here and open bingo lines for himself. But because the game is so close, I think it benefits him with both blanks to keep things really closed and
Mm-hmm.
make sure that Josh does not have an easy opportunity to play a 7 or 8 through, or it's play an 8, I should say, through new letters open on the board. It's actually pretty difficult to play a bingo on the board as it's currently constituted. And I think that's something Jackson likes with his 2 blanks, because he's going to be a big favorite to get one down first. So, yeah, I was curious if Josh was going to try
Untrust, which I just looked. I saw and looked, and it is Collins only.
Yeah, a brutal one, because I feel like that's a kind of a reasonable word, untrust. It's not as messed up as some of the other words in the Collins dictionary. So I could have imagined seeing him try that, and I think that puts Jackson in a little bit of a tough situation. I bet he eventually makes that challenge, but it would be a tough one. So anyway, it was correct in a vacuum for him not to play untrust and risk it.
And right now, Will, Jackson has no playable no 7-letter words at all on that rack, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like he may not
The
even have any
only
playable 8-letter
there's
words because
only
there's nowhere on the
no
board.
playable 8-letter words. There's only one 8-letter word in that, which is shoveled. However, he does have a playable 9-letter word.
Yeah. And I think this is where we're going to see Jackson's talent shine here. He has the O and the V on his rack, and that means he's going to be looking at this ER. I think a player at Jackson's level, and there he sees, clearly he sees shoveled,
Mm-hmm.
but
That's
he
the
needs to
only 8.
go a step further and realize that if he can't find a 7, there is no way to play an
Yep.
8. There's just no open single tile that will let him do that. But this ER, I think once he opens his mind to this spot, he might see that he has a bingo there.
Ooh.
And he's going to play shove, which is
pretty
a
good.
pretty play. 47 points, leaving D blank. That looks pretty good. That's probably his best play here, in fact.
It might be better than over the 9-letter word is over hands.
Yeah, something like that through this
Would not
ER
have hit the double word score.
comes one space away.
So passing up the flashy 9, potentially, we don't know if he actually did pass it up, but if he did, he made the right play. And if he didn't see it, then he avoided having to make that decision.
Exactly. Sometimes you get lucky, right? Like that, where maybe there are 2 or 3 plays worth consideration, but you only see one, and it turns out that one is the best. You have to thank your lucky stars in those cases.
Now, Will, does Jackson's playing off of the blank for 49 points, creating 4 bingo lanes for Josh to go along with the other existing ones on the board up above and below that U in 2-2? Is that telegraphing I've got the second blank?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine too many cases where it doesn't telegraph that, just because the odds of Jackson having an E should be pretty high. And if he doesn't have an E, he's probably likely to know that if he just plays some letters somewhere else, he'll get an S play and not have to burn the blank to do it. So I do feel like it's just hard to imagine what he would have as his other 2 tiles, with those 2 tiles not being a blank. That makes that play make sense. Remember, there's a spot here open too.
Right.
Easy way to score if you have any kind of word going down there. And Josh playing furs just to cover up that spot makes sense. He has all consonants, and he's drawing close on the scoreboard, but I think Josh has to know that he's in a bit of trouble after shove.
Having 7 consonants and seeing that blank come down for less than a bingo is dispiriting, to say the least. And then when you draw into your rack.
Yeah, he's the X does have a couple of places to go down for decent scores, but that's not going to be super inspiring to him. Jackson's already up by 9, so after kind of a normal next play, the X play here isn't going to put you that far ahead. And if you just play Ox, it leaves you with horrible letters going into your next turn. So I think even with a decent X play coming up for Josh, unless I'm missing something even better, he can't be feeling super good about his chances. And now we're going to see a nice play by Jackson of we that scores 33. It uses up his E, but there are 3 more to draw. And if he gets any one of those 3, we know they're all in the bag. Josh doesn't have any. Yeah, we're going to see biocides or something like that coming down for Jackson.
So here's my question, Will.
Now.
If you're sitting in Josh's shoes, Ox takes out a couple of lanes. Are you maybe thinking, all right, I am assuming he's got the blank. Can I get lucky for a couple of turns and make it impossible for Jackson to use that blank?
Really good question. There
are a lot of places to bingo. You've got the R, the S in furs, plus the E in shove.
That's a great question. It may be the case from Josh's POV that his most realistic pathway to win is actually to block stuff with a play like this that scores well, gets him close on the scoreboard. And if he can prevent Jackson from bingoing with exactly the sort of rack that he has, maybe he draws the J and continues to outscore some way, somehow on his next turn. This is the type of pathway, like if maybe he can come back with a play like this next turn, which scores quite well. If he can just dodge those bingos from Jackson, maybe that is his most realistic pathway here. So it's a great point. Jackson, on the other hand, has to also feel pretty good about his chances. He has exactly 1 bingo available here. I don't think I've seen it pointed out in YouTube chat yet, and this would be a very impressive one to find for sure. I'm pretty sure it wraps up the game. Well, in this particular situation, it wraps up the game. I'm just wondering, the bingo in question, Rice Bird, right here, that would be an astounding find to make, especially under pressure. I guess I'm wondering, though, at this score, there are 6 tiles in the bag. That play probably loses to some counter bingos that play under here with Oxo. I think that play is not an ironclad winning move. We know it's going to win here and would be a huge difference maker for him to play here. But he's just going to play bid instead. We'll see. It seems like, Stefan, he's destined to draw really good tiles from the bag, knowing what Josh has.
Yeah. Ricebird's got a little bit of a firebowl to it. Maybe it draws a challenge.
Oh, I didn't even note this spot for Jaw over here, scoring 46.
Yeah.
If Jackson just draws weirdly enough, which I don't necessarily see how he can.
I don't see how either, but that's the hope. If from Josh's POV, knowing what he has on his rack and what he sees in the bag and what he saw Jackson just do, this is, I've got to get lucky.
Taj in the same
The only
spot.
way I can get lucky is score.
Yeah, the J. Taj and Jaw, 48, 46 points apiece. But it seems like, that draw is the icing on the cake for Jackson here. Without question, he's going to have all kinds of stuff through both of these tiles.
Yep.
And that should do it. Wow. Yep. Touch and go here. Both players are going to look back at some of the situations in this game and see some missed opportunities, but I think none more so than Josh with Linuron on the turn of Lion. That would have saved him so much angst he hasn't bingoed again in the game since Capellan's, and he had one there. That's going to hurt.
And
I'm
that's
hesitant.
just that momentum swinging
Yeah.
myths is those are the ones that haunt you and the ones that really bite you. When you make that one crucial mistake, and you've pointed this out many times before, and anyone that's played at a higher level or at any level recognizes that there are moments in the game, there are turning points in the game, and that's that one mistake that ends up being crucial. And for a player at my level, Will, those are the ones that I make regularly. It's those misses that wind up leading to losses. And you see it happen at a high level here.
Yeah, it is. It's funny, right? The momentum. I feel like I'm as stats oriented as anybody. I love all the stat geekery in every major sport. But the idea that, I've seen the hard line that like, oh, momentum is just a myth and we're seeing pattern recognition when it's not there.
Yep.
I just can't. That doesn't square with any realistic understanding of competitive psychology that I ascribe to. So
let's see if we can get the final score in there, Will.
Yep. Sorry about that. Final score here. Jackson 423 to 352 for Josh. Looks like one better bingo here would have been vortices, the plural of vortex, making OXO. But again, Jackson knows that any bingo is going to easily win and they don't have to care about maximizing those points at the very end. So Jackson with 3 wins in a row, and Josh kind of on the brink. He must be feeling a little bit bruised after a couple of these losses. Could have gone either way. This one, I hesitate to want to interview them, and because it's going to be tough to let them know some of the plays that transpired.
No, I wonder if they do know. And I would argue that, you guys, so many words. It's okay once in a while if the public hears what it feels like to miss something. And I'd be curious because this really was a game where Josh couldn't rebound from that rack, that miss. I mean, nothing worked out after that for him. And Jackson pulling both blanks is going to be crucial in any game, but in this one, he managed it really well at the end and made sure that he was able to get his winning out bingo down.
Look like Josh is looking over his score sheet and checking some of these racks. Not sure if he's, I don't know what his realizations are going to be here, but in any case, yeah, tough one. Momentum clearly on Jackson's side right now, but I definitely love Josh's chances of righting the ship and continuing to bring his A game going forward. Hopefully he shakes it off. So I think what we will do for the time being, that was game 4 with Jackson taking a 3-1 lead. Typically the 3-0 lead, Stefan, is the unassailable one in we have seen some notable 3-1 comebacks many times before.
Cough. LeBron, cough. Yeah.
That one comes to my mind as well. It would be, it's nice company for Josh Sokol to be mentioned in the same breath as LeBron James on a Scrabble broadcast. But if he wins 3 games against Jackson, maybe it would be warranted. So I think what we can do for now, we're going to take the quickest break, let the players and the 2 of us stretch our legs for just a minute or 2 before we get back with game 5. Any parting thoughts before we cut to break, Stefan?
No, rooting for Josh. I'll be totally honest here. I'd love to see a little bit more Scrabble before the day is over. So let's take that break and we will be right back with the Ultimate Championship Showdown.
Welcome back, everybody. Break time is over. I always feel apologetic that very boppy soundtrack of the breaks, that we have to interrupt that to return to the Scrabble action. But here we are nonetheless. A 3-1 series advantage for Jackson Smylie over Josh Sokol. We're waiting to get set with the players for game 5. And Stefan, it's been, except for the one game advantage beyond 2-2 for Jackson, it's been everything we could have expected.
Yeah, we've seen some terrific plays, some great word knowledge displayed, close games. That last one got a little bit out of Josh's reach toward the end, but these have been interesting, strategic, very different Scrabble games, and that's what we love to see, because it showcases not just the ability of these players, but also the diversity of the game itself and the way the board can shape itself and change and offer different kinds of opportunities for comebacks, for tight games, for important decisions.
Yeah, almost like a canvas, like an artist's canvas. I feel like these two players do play with an artistry that you don't see so often among the upper echelons of the game. So always a lot of fun to watch them compete. I guess we can just look at our sort of fight card here again. If you're just joining us, what we're doing is a match play format between our two sort of major champions of the previous, being on the left, our NASPA champion, Josh Sokol, and our WGPO Word Cup champion, Jackson Smylie. Stefan, you described it. These two players are 1 rating point apart, or were formerly before the previous event. They've played to a near standstill, but it is Jackson with the 3-1 edge right now.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Looking forward to game 5. Give us we don't want to dwell too much on the last game or the previous ones, but just how have you felt so far, the format and the way things have shaken out? Jackson, you won the last game. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm happy with the wins for sure, but they've been tough games. I've definitely been feeling the 20-minute clock more than I was expecting. Every game, I'm wishing I was having more time at the end. We obviously saw with Bid missing Ricebird. They're tough games for sure. They could go either way anytime.
Yeah, and Ricebird, not only that would just be a tough one under any circumstance, but of course, knowing Josh's tiles, you were in pretty good shape there regardless. Josh, how are you doing? You've got a tough task ahead, but it's definitely possible to take 3 games for you against anyone. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been frustrating, and hoping I get my mojo back at least for one more game. Yeah, a little bit. Finish these games a little confused as to like what went wrong, but I don't know.
Well, the next game is a new opportunity to get back on the right track, which you are absolutely more than capable of doing. It's tough sometimes. Scrabble is a confusing game. I often find myself totally bewildered on a regular basis playing this game. So perhaps it's comforting for some of us in the audience to hear that even the champion level players feel the same way, but that's what makes it fun to play. So,
and that's what also, watching these games, Josh, we have a sense of sort of empathy for particularly that last game when you are, you're drawing close, you're missing something, and then you see Jackson play a blank for less than 60 points, and you've got to be pretty confident he's got the second one there. There's that sense of frustration that I imagine crept in a little bit.
Yeah, and I was mostly frustrated like with the DR8 sequence of just like me giving that to him, just donating that play. I guess he had Irradiate, which I might not have blocked, but yeah, I wonder like if Peeing was the wrong play, or like maybe Yorn was the right play instead of Lion, or Gauzy instead of Yez. I don't know if I missed anything.
Will, do you want to tell him, or should we not?
Yeah, so that rack was probably the turning point in some ways. I think Linuron playable off of the E of Pelage with that rack would have been a difference maker. We were hoping to avoid giving you.
Sorry. But to balance that, Dratted might have been a better play than Tad.
Dratted is a word.
Yeah, dratted
Oh,
also a word for Jackson. So that was the sequence
yeah.
that
No,
either
thank
of you
you. Okay,
guys
I feel so much better now. Okay, no,
does
no,
that.
honestly.
Okay, we were
Does that
worried
make
that
you
was
feel better?
gonna. Yeah. All right. Well, sorry about that. It happens. Other than that, a lot of interesting and good plays in the game, and certainly it's been an exciting series so far. So it was not our intent to to even mention that, but you did ask. So
No, it's
in
about
any
time.
case, we'll let you guys get to it for Game 5. It's been a lot of fun watching you play, and yeah, best of luck to you both in the game.
Good
Thank
luck
you
with
both.
game 5, guys. Shake it off and let's move on. Have fun.
All right. So, Stefan, it was our hope to potentially
Okay.
avoid.
I think they're mad at us now, which might be possible.
Yeah. But how are we supposed to respond to that?
I don't know.
He basically asked us, was there anything better? So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess we
Yeah.
could have been nice and said, no, you're good.
Yeah.
Let's
We'll
move
talk later.
on.
Yeah. Good luck with
So
game
in any
5. Have fun.
case, yeah, it happens. Well, I think this is definitely another situation where we actually don't do this is to me maybe the
Yeah.
first match play that I've done that allows us to also interview players in real time. So we're still trying to figure out the players will tell us, we liked interviews at this time and not the other times, etc. Maybe they're going to say, yeah, I didn't like that talking about my misses right before the next game, but actually it seemed like Josh might have been slightly relieved actually to have some clarity
Yeah.
about where that game went wrong for him.
Yeah.
So
And I think it's fine. I mean, I will say that if we want this game to become something that is taken seriously and more people watch, I think it's important to get this perspective. And it's important for athletes to be able to talk about their mistakes. It humanizes them, A, and it adds depth to the analysis and understanding of the game. So I think if you're playing at this high level, Will, you've got an obligation to be able to discuss what went wrong and where you failed and where you succeeded. It's important for making the game serious. We can't just say, hey, great play, and you guys know every word, when in fact there are going to be circumstances, situations where the top players even the top players fall short. And I think it's great to go inside the mind of a top player. Hey man, I wrote 400 words exploring my failures page after page after page in this game. And I think it's not unreasonable to have that conversation with the best players as it's happening, because it does provide insight into the way you guys think.
that's a phenomenal point. I hadn't really thought about it in such clear terms, but of course, leave it to you to express it that convincingly that, yeah, maybe there is some idea that it's okay for players at this level to. I also feel like there is a need a little bit to normalize the fact that making mistakes in Scrabble happens.
Yeah,
Basically, every player except the the one notable
that's
exception
one.
even he, I just
Sure.
released a video about it. He made a mistake in a game. Of course, his opponent didn't detect it, but even Nigel is not infallible in this game. So it's okay to make mistakes. Scrabble is hard to play. That's why it's fun to watch people play well. So Ahi to start for Jackson, drawing into the bingo of nascent after the play of prof. That does
Does that block it
get
completely?
in the way quite effectively, and it does actually leave no place for the valid
Wow.
7-letter word on
Wow.
Jackson's rack. So nice play of prof. That was already a solid play in a vacuum, just to make some overlaps and get a bunch of points from the A, J, and I already on the board. But in this case, it happens to block Jackson's bingo. He will still have some very nice plays. I would be looking at trying to slot the C in this lucrative spot and play something down here. Stefan, I'm sure he'll find it.
He will find something there for sure. And if you're Josh at this point, you're just thinking, what is up with this rash of consonants throughout this match?
Yeah.
Again, 6 consonants on his rack.
It's definitely been consistent. It's been a theme. Not that he hasn't had a few vowel heavy racks, but it seems a lot of these games he started with very similar six consonant, one vowel racks that seem to be kind of persistent, even as he attempts to correct that. But yeah, Jackson probably assumed that this turn was going to be pretty simple, playing
Yep.
his slaying this word. He's considering playing act in this spot, nice and tight. It would keep two N's.
Why
So
not put EN on top?
he could play enact for a couple more points and shedding one of the two N's. Maybe he's loath to make this E out in space on a board that is otherwise extremely constricted, but I'm guessing right now he is weighing act versus enact in his mind.
I think that's exactly what's happening here. He has not hit his clock. He's looking, he's thinking. And Jackson, we heard him mention the fact that, the clock has sort of been on his mind. It's been an added challenge here. He's spending another 30, 45 seconds, a minute here trying to make this decision. And in a 25-minute game, he might take a little more time.
So he goes with the more defensive option, which makes some sense. I feel like my style would probably be to play enact. I would like to move into the next turn without those duplicated ends. You also get a couple more points in the bargain, and I would just be willing to live with opening that E and sometimes regretting it when my opponent has a big play there. But I do feel like it's closer to stylistic than an obvious mistake. And Josh responding with hind, and look at that, another N, as if karmic retribution finds its way onto Jackson's rack. I'm not sure about that karma thing. But
yeah, I don't know about the karma thing, but it happens. You keep two, and the risk of a triplicate is there, and you are aware of it. You are making a conscious choice. Do I open up the space? Do I shed my E? Or do I keep the two N's to go with an E and risk a triplicate situation?
Yeah, which he will be able to correct pretty quickly if he wants to just play Nene in this spot. We've had a lot of NBA talk, but there's another former NBA player, a little more obscure than LeBron James.
Wow, that was impressive. Nene Hilario, I believe.
That's right.
His last name, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Although, I think he dropped
he did drop the Hilario part,
the Brazilian,
like
Pele and Nene, exactly.
Yes.
But that play is going to do well right there. 21 points, leaving ANS. You'll take that from a rack with three N's on it. The other nice thing about this play, by placing an N in the triple lane, it's going to be very difficult for Josh to do much to the triple in the upper right corner. The N's not a great letter for plays like that. And you prevent Josh from making high-scoring plays in that spot as well. But, interesting. 9 is the play, keeping a much better leave. Probably Jackson thinking, I have a good chance of hitting an Ahi's play if I absolutely max out on the value of my leave going into next turn.
Will, let me ask you this. Given that this is a match play format, given that Jackson has a 2-game lead, given that he's 1 game away from clinching, do you play a little more openly than you would otherwise, hoping for that quick bingo, maximize my opportunity to hit Josh hard and run away with this game, knowing that, hey, if it backfires, I'm only down 3-2 and I'm still in the driver's seat for winning the match?
That's a good question. I don't know if I'm altering my play too much on a game in, game out basis of a match the way I would in a normal tournament, where obviously the tiebreaker of your margin of victory starts to be a factor. That feels like the more obvious reason to start altering your entire approach in a game. I would say Jackson shouldn't change too much about his normal decision making. It's gotten him this far to 3-1. I sometimes think that over adjusting can be at least as big of a source of trouble as it is a source of benefit when you make those adjustments, but maybe they backfire in an unexpected way. It's a tough question. I think if you ask 10 experts, they might have 5 and 5 different answers to that question. So
I mean, Jackson will be bingoing on his next turn.
Yeah, no question.
No
Great draw for
question.
him.
Great draw. Picked up the blank. And Josh still kind of gonna have to work through a clunky rack.
I don't think he's going to be thrilled to make a play like disarm. So disarm in this spot is a nice way of scoring decently well, scoring 35 points, opens 2 triples at once, which is
Good for him.
I guess it's better than opening just the one. But yeah, I just feel like if I'm Josh, I feel like my leave is pretty good and I've got an S. I guess you might be a little concerned after Jackson's previous play of just 9. This really looks like his other 4 tiles are probably pretty good, but Josh is going to go ahead and play harm. Normally a very reasonable play, but if you're at all worried about Jackson having good stuff, you know what? Maybe the nice thing about harm is that if Jackson plays 9 on his previous play, you know almost to a certainty he didn't have any high scoring consonants. So maybe opening this spot is less dangerous than usual. You can just know he wasn't keeping a W. He would have played wine. He wasn't keeping a whatever F, or he would have played fine, etc., etc. So you can open this spot, set up your S in a way that isn't likely to backfire. But we know, Stefan, we're about to see a bingo for sure.
We sure are. The other options there, harm, I guess, assumes that if he's got a bingo, he's bingoing. I'm slotting that S in a spot where he's got to start with an S probably in order to bingo. So go for it if you can.
Yeah, I just assumed that Jackson would have a playable bingo starting with S. I didn't actually see it, but in fact, there is none.
There is none.
So Jackson's probably grappling with that right now. You mentioned it already, the clock having, Jackson said it himself, a little more of an impact than he expected on his game. He's going to have to trust his instinct at some point, and it looks like he is considering not bingoing. He definitely is going to see bingos like oranges and things like that here, maybe agonize and Hota, but he's going to not bingo to deal with the big spot. I actually feel like that is pretty reasonable because the downside risk of letting this spot stay open is quite big. I really like this play from Jackson here, just to cover up that big spot, leave OS blank, which is still going to bingo in a lot of places on this board, and prevent Josh from doing much. I think that was a really advanced choice.
That's fascinating. It's not one that I think a slightly lower rated player would make. Again, that fear of losing my opportunity to bingo for a fair amount of points, making Hoda or hooking Aji feels, to my mind, to be something I'm not comfortable with doing. And to even consider it is something that I think a lot of players wouldn't do for the 30 odd points that you were scoring with GEAN there.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I just think that spot represented so far the best non-bingo scoring spot on the board. Of course, we saw that Josh was not poised to do anything up there. But if he had even had one single E, he could have played Vide in that spot for a massive score. You could just see how many points that would score, well into the 50s up there. So I like the idea. Josh, meanwhile, is just like, he's trying his best. He played vids, leaving 3 consonants, which I think that was the best way for him to score any number of points at all on that turn. And he drew a boatload of R's. Just a brutal situation to start the game for him. But the silver lining, Jackson does not have a playable bingo yet, and the score is currently tied. I know it feels grim if you're Josh, but this game is still very much in reach.
Playing your S in that situation, Will, is that something that you would have hesitated to do? for 21 points, given that obviously understanding that your options for scoring were incredibly limited there. Are you thinking, all right, I'm going to take my 21, close that spot because it's clear to me that Jackson has the potential to bingo? Or am I thinking, all right, I can't burn my ass here. I'm already struggling to manage this rack, and then I'm going to leave myself with 3 consonants. And my history in the last couple hours has been of drawing a lot of consonants.
It's another really good question. I think the number one thing that I would take into account in Josh's shoes is how has Jackson been playing to start the game? So what was his first move? Ahi. What was his next move? Act. What was his next move? 9. All plays that only used 3 tiles off of Jackson's rack. That really is kind of a sign to me, if I'm Josh, that Jackson has some stuff that he likes, or else he would be playing more of his tiles. And when you have tiles that you like, when you make those 1, 2, 3 tile plays, it starts to increase the likelihood that your opponent has an S or a blank on their rack. So I really do think that knowing Jackson as he does, Josh playing vids was at least as much about blocking the easy S hook for Jackson as it was about grabbing as many points as he could on his subsequent turn. I like the idea from that perspective. Also, putting the V out in space here gives you very little downside risk. You can't get hit on the triple. It's not that easy to bingo through the V in a lucrative way either. So I think I like it for all of those reasons. I totally agree with you that it is painful. It's very annoying to part with your S in that situation. I think for all the reasons I just described, it makes a lot of sense to me. Very, very savvy choice on Josh's part.
And then Jackson's next play is OE. And if you're sitting in Josh's chair, you're thinking, oh God, yeah, he's got to be close. And I'm shocked that the bingo hasn't come down yet. And then Josh plays BRR. And we are seeing something that we do not normally see in a Scrabble game between players, 2 of the top 5 players in North America, which is, yes, the school Scrabble staircase. There it is. There's not been a word longer than 4 letters played in this game, and we are already 5 turns in.
Snaking up that staircase. It's kind of funny too, just thinking about when will there be an opportunity, depending on, like, if there was a play right here, right now. I'm not sure what that's going to be, but there it is. So exactly this type of play of white for 19 points makes a lot of sense. It scores well. It continues to sort of draw for an S play. Any kind of bingo starting with an S is still going to play alongside here. So that's definitely Jackson's hope. And
it's kind of remarkable here.
I love this.
I think we're gonna see a 5-letter word play because Josh held back his 3rd R so that he could turn burr into burr. And I think that's what we're gonna see here. But yeah, you do not often get to see these players of this caliber throw down.
Create a board like this. Yeah.
Create a board like this.
That's for good reason. I mean, I actually feel like in almost every case, there was a very good rationale for these plays.
Sure. This is not lack of word knowledge that is leading to this. I mean, the only decision here that we need to ask is passing up the bingo. And that was certainly a fascinating strategic decision on Jackson's part.
Yeah, I think that decision still strikes me as the right one and a really clever one. And we haven't yet mentioned until you just brought it up, Stefan, holding back the R on the previous play of burr. That's really clever. I mean, from Josh's perspective, using another consonant would have been valuable to him to try to get his hands on some vowels. But instead, he went with the sort of preparing himself for next turn a little bit better, setting up that R hook. And now he does get a little bit of a better play there. And look at Jackson's styles. Jackson had OES blank and drew IIO. All of these draws that are happening to Jackson are exactly what Josh needs to maintain, to stay even in this game despite Jackson having that blank? He's going to have to dump some vowels here.
Yeah,
Question is
at least
where?
we are up to a 5-letter play, which is really
Yeah,
exciting.
there we go. Could we even see a 7 or 8-letter play in this game?
Oof.
Stay tuned. You would not want to go anywhere, folks. We got a chance at seeing a word that long in this game, and you will want to be here when it finally happens. I trust you. Trust me on that.
Jackson exchanges.
Yeah, I was looking at his 2-tile vowel dumps, and they were all kind of crazy. Like, oi here is just insane. OB here is something you would never want to do. A bunch of hooks, an A and a T for obia and obit. So I think exchanging makes a lot of sense. And Josh has another pretty difficult decision on his hands.
His rack is a little nicer than it has been in previous turns. He at least has some balance between vowels and consonants.
I could see him making a play like a Jew here, in fact. And the reason that he would be doing something like this is, again, in response to the way Jackson's been playing. This is incredibly defensive against the type of bingos like a bingo starting with S. This play would take them both out in one go, and there it looks like he set them up. This is a really, really clever play on his part. He is playing his opponent and watching his opponent's previous plays and using those to inform this choice.
He is playing the situation, and so often lower rated players of lesser ability, don't recognize the need to do that. He is taking out not just Jots and Hoda, but Pad and PADI, another possible start for a bingo up there, limiting Jackson at this point to starting a bingo with a vowel underneath T, or making an 8-letter play through U, or bingoing this way through the S of a do, putting the S in a tricky spot. So he limited it, but he didn't.
He forced Jackson into this difficult find.
Yeah.
And of course, Jackson found it, but that doesn't make the play of a do any less on point. A Jew, I should say. Give it a little flair this time instead of vomito or whatever I said for that other one.
Yeah. Slotting that S in that space, either third or fourth, made it trickier, but it wasn't impossible.
So this play is the only playable bingo, Kolshi for Jackson. I believe this word might have been caught up in some kind of the expurgations, because I think it's the definition for it is a person from rural Ireland, but it's also like negative in that sense. So it is in the lexicon that we're using here, but I can't really remember or keep track of the other lexicons where it may not be involved. But either way, I think the important thing to note, I believe, is that there is an R hook to this word in addition to the S. So Josh has both an R and an S on his rack, and I'm just wondering, is he going to try to keep that S and play something like croon, or I don't even know what he would play, or is he going to use the S to get a bunch more points going across with something like Congos in that area? So
it wouldn't be that many more points, would it? I mean, would it be that many more points? And I will point out, I just looked up, this word is an offensive word. It was removed from the NASPA lexicon, but it was re-added this year with the latest word update. So this might be a good time to talk about the confusion that we're all facing in Scrabble right now with multiple lexicons across multiple Scrabble organizations. It is frustrating for a lot of players, and I will speak for a lot of players when I say that. There is concern, and you and I have discussed this too, Will, about the methods, the methodology for adding words, the decisions that have been made to add certain words, and whether that is beneficial for the game or not. It's confusing for players. No one's satisfied with it. I feel like we all would benefit from some unification here to get this in order and start working with professional lexicographers to clean up these lexicons and put us in a place where we are all on more secure footing.
Can't argue with that. I'm a pretty huge believer in that effort, that we have to find a way to come to one source in North America. The whole issue with the Collins NWL, or wow, whatever you call all these lexicons debate, is a total other can of worms.
Yep.
In North America, there should be one list. Any way that we can get there, I definitely support. So Josh playing cooing. This is interesting because that's going to leave some doubt for the players as to whether this takes an S hook. It doesn't in this lexicon, but that could be something where if Josh needs to try it now, holding that S, he's going to be sorely tempted to do so. But it's not valid. And I do think Jackson will find a way to challenge the S hook on cooings if it's played.
It is acceptable in the Collins lexicon. I just checked. Now, this has to throw some doubt in Jackson's mind that he's got to be, I would think, a little bit confident that Josh didn't have the back hooks for Kolshi. He forewent playing croon or playing Congos in that space. So maybe Jackson now, false sense of security that that's not a threat right this minute, though it obviously could be after Josh playing off 5 tiles.
It's just looking at these remaining tiles from Jackson's POV, you see 1 R and 2 S's. And I just feel like that's not very much, but it's enough that I would definitely be hell-bent on trying to block this spot in Jackson's shoes. So the question is how. It looked like he was considering Oxy on the previous move, which would do a lot to obstruct it. In fact, we know that would actually be very bad for Josh. Josh has so many things that are going to play in this spot with either the R or the S, but it looks like, I wonder what the thinking is behind Axe. There has to be something that I'm not seeing yet. Oh, is he going for... No, Zingy isn't in play. I was just still looking. Maybe somebody in the chat will figure out a reasoning behind this play. I have to assume that there is a good one from Jackson's perspective of why he would play that move. It looks kind of weird.
I mean, if he was really concerned, the simplest way would have been to draw. He had the Y, right?
He did, yeah.
Could he have just played OY?
I was thinking he could just play FIE right here, which is kind of nice because you would force...
Kills both.
Yeah, well, he could have... So Jackson, we know, had a T on that move, so he would be setting up his T and making it much more difficult. But either way, looks like now ovaries is going to be the play. I wonder, so this word normally, well, not normally, it just does take a C front hook, but both C's are on the board. And plus, there would be no space to play it anyway. But I'm just wondering if there's any kind of crazy longer extensions to this that Josh is thinking about. I'm going to just look real quick. No, that's it. So there's no crazier extension. But a big swing here. Josh scoring very well. He goes up by 35 points after that. And Jackson's shaking his head, maybe thinking, God, maybe I should have tried a little harder to get in the way of that spot.
I'm really curious what Jackson was thinking, whether he sees some setup that we're not seeing right away, what the rationale was for playing away from the right side of the board.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. If we do talk to the players again, I'll be curious to hear about that. But
if they're willing to talk to us after that,
after the previous, hopefully they are. I could understand otherwise, but certainly if Josh wins, we could probably just roll on into the next game. But we'll see. Jackson in a little bit of a bind. The same thing that he was just happy about, which is the extreme tightness of this entire part of the board. It's very difficult to access any of this space. He was loving that when he was in the lead, But now that Josh has used up the one good scoring opportunity left on the board prior, he's going to feel a little bit of a pinch here.
You may as well draw those lines across the bottom of the board too, Will, because
True.
there's not a lot of opportunity here. And to Jackson's dismay, this doesn't do much, though it does bring the game into a virtual tie. And now it becomes a battle of attrition in some ways. Who's going to be able to score something on this board and have the opportunity to get some points, to build some sort of cushion and go ahead?
Yeah, you can just look and quickly see if you were imagining where would either player score, let's say 20 points or more on this board.
There's nowhere.
It's a pretty low bar, and there just isn't a spot to do that right now. So it's going to be difficult for both players. I would say that in situations like this where the board is really tight, a smaller lead that you might have is going to feel a little more ironclad. So Josh is up by 3 points right now, plus whatever he scores on his next move. Normally, he's probably going to score something like 15 points, so he'll be up not quite 20. Normally, this is cool. This is a cool. Nice idea.
Waiting for this. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, this is a great idea. This is an excellent idea.
There's your 20 points, Will.
20 points. That looks like the highest scoring play that exists on that board, which says a lot about how closed it was. But the beauty of it is not only are you scoring the most you can get, you're also putting a V in space that gives no options back to Jackson. So Jackson's going to play fob here.
And I want to point out here, Will, after fob, where are you going to play the Q that is hanging out? Both eyes are on the player's racks.
Good call.
There's one U left. Not that it's going to help you either.
It's a really, really good call. This is definitely shaping up to be a board where the Q is going to be absolutely brutal. Look at the clocks, too. There's definitely some tricky decisions coming up in the game for both players. And I'm sure they're feeling that pinch of the extra 5 minutes right now. The Q is going to loom.
Left, right? There's an S left, and we've got the hook, if you want to point it out.
Yeah, right
next to arc.
Oh,
right?
True,
so got that
true.
One too.
Yeah, hook's here also. So
and hook's there.
Wow. So if you can get...
You kind of might want the Q.
I guess there's, what even hooks are there with arc? I guess just an M. You might be able to play something with mark that opens up more space. So Josh, I didn't even see what Josh did. Oh, he played AI in the lower corner, and then Jackson played U, using up some of his, looks like one of 2 Ys on that turn.
And Jackson picked the last S. He has the I.
Oh, that's a huge pick, but Josh picked a U.
But Josh picked a U.
But it's actually funny that normally you'd be happy to pick a U to hedge against drawing the Q, but where is he even going to play a QU play on this board?
And on the other hand, if that QIS comes down with fobs, you're sitting on the last. Oh, no. Josh played off his I.
Yeah.
So the QI does not become a threat in the lower left corner if Jackson were to pull it and play QIS.
Oh, wow. No, he has another I.
Oh, he had the other I. It was obscured on my screen. I'm sorry, obscured in my view.
But I wonder if he should be playing AE there for that very reason that you're describing, Stefan.
Yeah,
that would be really interesting.
Were there 2 E's unseen? Yeah.
Yeah, at least one. Oh, and there is that Q. That's going to be really difficult for Josh to shed here. I'm so curious to see how this game transpires. I got to update it because Josh is actually up by 20 here. Again, that feels like so little.
Wow.
It's actually a lot on this board, but Jackson holding IS, he knows if he draws the Q, that's the last S there's basically no way this spot can ever be obstructed on a one turn, on a single move. It would have to be a 2-turn sequence of something like this to get in the way of the fobs hook, which I would be hard pressed to see happen.
And he also knows that if he does draw the Q and plays QIS, he's not at any risk of getting hit underneath it.
Hey, Stefan, what about just Josh playing just his D?
D.
That's kind of cool. You have the last O for odor. That could be a nice way to create some space. That's a spot we might see be used. Really, really interested there. Anyway, Jackson just playing his E off. If you missed it, the play right here, that was Jackson's previous play. 14 points for just an E. Oh my God, this game is getting insane, and there's just no time on the clocks for the players here. How
often will do you analyze a game like this one that you're more likely to see at a much lower level, with all due respect to lower level players?
There it is. There it is. Door. That is brilliant. So he's seen it. This is classic Josh Sokol here, figuring out a way to put maximum pressure. Oh my God, it's a great play. There's so many things that can happen after this. It actually isn't that easy for Josh to be able to, if he pulls the T, he would have toke. Okay, he did not. He pulled the K instead.
Yes.
The T would have been a huge draw for him, but we know that both of them were on Jackson's rack. Let me get this
and
updated.
That might have been what he was fishing for, right?
Yeah.
Gotta be.
This is a crazy battle. Again, just to emphasize, it's a best of 7 match. Josh has to come out on top in this game if he wants to extend this match to a 6th and potentially 7th game.
Now, is there any way, Will, for Josh to draw something from forget his perspective, in reality, that will allow him to play the Q?
I mean, from his perspective, I see what you're saying. From his perspective,
Toke is out there.
But in reality, we'll just have to see. So let's see what is actually in the bag. This is from Jackson's POV. Q, U, P. The M is in the bag. The G is in the bag, and an E is in the bag. Those don't look very promising for Josh to be able to get that Q off of his rack. This could be tough. He really was pinning his hopes on that T. But look at that. This, not quite. So close. I thought for a second, maybe that was unwittingly going to give that back, but I shouldn't have.
There's no way
that Jackson would allow that. Yeah, Jackson would not allow that, except with time pressure, maybe. But what can Josh do now to try to create more space somewhere?
Is there a way for him to score? Well, what about just accepting that I'm going to get stuck with it? Is there any way for him to play down to DOR ending in O?
And to score a ton. So that play emptied the bag. So there's no hope coming. Yeah, I just realized there were 3 tiles in the bag on Jackson's previous move. So that was a bag emptying play from Jackson, just responding to that opening that Josh made. And now it's you can see the clocks are not running. So clearly they're verifying the scores. But yeah, the score right now going into this end game for Josh, he's already down by 5. He has some good tiles on his rack, but so does Jackson, and it doesn't look like Josh will be able to get that Q off unless he comes up with something insane. Suggestion of maybe extending 9 to Leo 9. I don't know how much that helps him. It feels like he still won't have. That would be good for the Collins Quep to at least threaten that, but Jackson's just going to block that anyway. And it's not valid in the lexicon we're using here. So I really don't know what Josh can do here. It's just brutal.
There's no way. He needs an E floating, right? Pulque.
Yes. Well, it would be a U, I guess,
Oh, it
because
would be a
that
U,
word,
not a
yeah, that word has two. So he's basically he's playing his P off for 14 tiles, just probably hoping against hope that maybe Jackson inadvertently gives him something that he doesn't expect. But it certainly looks like Josh is going to struggle with this Q. Jackson has Ylum, however, Ylum set
Yeah.
up on his rack. Can't play that because it would give back Quoll or something of the like through this L. So maybe Jackson is going to try, knowing that this spot is almost completely inaccessible. I guess Leonine is still possible to address it, but maybe Jackson's going to save this. Yeah, it's exactly what he's going to
Yeah.
do. He's going to use his other 3 tiles and then follow up with that 21-point play, making the mark.
Unblockable. Yeah.
Crazy. So Josh down low on the clock. Make sure I'm trying to stay. It was only a 3-point play for Jackson. Josh is going to play low and Oder. I think this is, you can see his angst here, the agony on both players' faces.
I mean, this is the point where what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Josh has recognized that there's no way. I mean, his only hope was to try to score enough.
Yeah. Now with the L,
getting stuck with the Q.
With the L off of the rack for Josh, Jackson can safely play Ylum and not worry about giving up a big Q spot. He is going to give up QUEY, but that won't be enough to win this game. And okay, so there we go. It looks like Jackson's about to commit this play. He hasn't done it yet. He might be thinking about, do I really want to give him a place to play this Q? And he does. Josh needs to play this fast. The time is coming into play here. There it is. QUEY. He plays it with 1 second on his clock. What's going on? All right, hold on. We have to see what happens. Basically, we can assume that Jackson is going to win on the strength of getting the unplayed K from Josh. So before that K, Josh actually ends up ahead on the scoreboard, but with the K, Jackson winds up ahead. The score I'm reading is 359 to 355.
Wow. Now, normally you would ask for a recount here, but I think they know that they counted correctly. And
okay, there we go.
And then at some point they were recounting mid-game.
Holy crap. That was bonkers. Sorry. Hopefully we did justice to it. It was enough, Stefan, for the two of us. I'm trying to make sense of it all as it's happening.
We just don't see games like this at this level.
It's true.
You just do not see them, right? I mean, we saw one unusual bingo be played in this game, but we saw a congested board in a staircase pattern with neither player able to really carve out any sort of distinctive advantage at any time in the game. The key play in the game you thought was going to be Jackson not blocking the hook for Kolshi.
Yeah.
And in the end, the key play of the game was Josh reaching into the bag and pulling out the Q.
You were onto it before I was, Stefan. You called it out a couple turns before it reared its head. And then finally, Jackson and Josh, clearly both aware of it. It seemed like they were part of it was the board being so closed. But both players started to really slow down on the number of tiles they played. I'm just curious about that play of AI, if maybe actually the counterintuitive playing the E instead might have been better. Just to imagine you keep an I, right? After TIS, if all else was equal, you might see Quoit be played.
Yeah.
So
It's those tiny,
much.
tiny,
Yeah.
tiny margins, Will, those tiny decisions. And I do wonder, again, Josh was in extreme time pressure here, and
Yep.
Jackson was in time pressure too. Look, they've got 28 seconds combined at the end
Yeah.
of the game.
Crazy.
And I wonder if Josh had another beat, he might have hesitated to play AI and AI.
Totally agree. It's crazy to think about how, I mean, that sort of position is so complicated, so much more so than a situation like, I know it looks crazy to maybe a newer, Scrabble player, or somebody that's just watching, that's more experienced in, some other gaming field. I know it looks crazier when you see these players play 7 and 8 and 9 and crazy long words, but actually those come from preparation. Those are mostly just conjuring up pattern recognition in your memory. This is something altogether different. Just a total scramble.
Playing a game like this, Will, is unbelievably stressful.
Yeah.
Because on the one hand, you're feeling like you're letting down like the name of Scrabble, like the game itself, by playing this pedestrian short words, trying to make something happen and not succeeding. And on the other hand, it is so hard to think your way through a game like this until it becomes like decisively clear what's happening and why things have gone wrong, which is what I'm sure Josh's thinking had to be at that point. Like, you're trying to make something happen, give yourself a chance. I've got that last O and I make that nice DOR, that incredibly creative DOR play, but I don't draw what I need to capitalize on it.
Yeah. So brutal. I think the players are potentially caught their breath, maybe ready to talk this over. Looking at Josh's body language, he looks like he's still in a little bit of pain here, which we'll have to cut him some slack for that. But in any case, kudos are in order to Jackson Smylie for sure, which we're going to give him personally in just a second. But it is Jackson winning the series 4-1, a rarity when you consider how closely matched these two are. And I'm sure if we do a match like this again, it could be Josh winning 4-1. That's just how Scrabble goes. But this was pretty crazy. So in any case, yeah, this one will be really fascinating to dig into what both of the players were thinking. I don't even know, Stefan, if I have like a top question that I want to start.
Maybe start with like, what the hell? That would be a good opening question.
Well, we can just read as soon as we get their audio. I'm not sure if they can you guys, okay,
Yeah,
they
I
can
can hear
hear
you
us.
now.
Just want to start out by reading a couple YouTube comments for you. I need to lie down now. One comment. That was so stressful to watch. Another one. And we basically concur with all of those. That was a pretty fascinating game to watch. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling after that kind of frantic struggle there?
This was
that was
like
insane.
Go ahead, Jackson.
Oh, that was insane. No easy turns in that game. It was like we've had a couple of those games before. No words. With the
Yeah, there were
cue-
almost no words played because like your first 10 moves were like 3 and 4 letter plays. We were commenting on your ability to construct a school Scrabble board.
Yeah, we almost got that.
Yeah, you almost made it all the
going.
way. We were disappointed. Yeah.
Brunt,
that
the first 5-letter
right
word to go down on the.
Yeah, I was proud of that one.
Yeah,
Wow, I didn't
congratulations,
even notice.
Josh.
Wow.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess we could take that one back from the start, but I guess I'm curious, like, at what point are you realizing that that both of you, maybe we'll start with Jackson and we'll have Josh's answer. At what point are you realizing how toxic the queue is going to be on that board?
Yeah, I realized when he played ovaries. Because, to start out with ovaries, to go back a turn, I played Kalshi thinking, okay, Kalshi takes no hooks.
Oh.
Anything that comes up on that, I'm hitting that button. It's coming off the board.
Ooh.
And that's why, I had that
Oh.
perfect play FIE lined up. It was
Yes.
going to be perfect block, like it ticks all the boxes. But I was like, you know what? It sets up a T hook. He could have a bingo down with a T. I'm going to play it safe. And then he comes down with ovaries, and I immediately realized Kalshi takes hooks. I'm like, damn it.
That explains it completely.
That explains it.
So we were definitely curious about that one, and that's the missing detail that makes it all make sense. If you leave it open and he plays there, you're going to win a challenge and win the game. If that's what you're thinking, then
quite sure.
why
but
not?
Then I realized,
Yeah, and I'll point out, Jackson, that Kalshi is one of those words that was taken out of TWL in 2020, and it was re-added in 2023. So I don't know whether there's that confusion to factor in, like what's good, what's not, what have we done here?
Yeah, that word is definitely kind of been all jumbled up. But no, I definitely remembered it as a word that never took hooks, but it just does. But no, then once that hook came down, at first I was like trying to get myself to challenge just out of like sheer pride, to stick with my plan. But I realized it took hooks, and I had to play it out. And then that's when I realized the Q was going to be the defining factor in this game. There was still a U lurking, and a few like QIS, a few options. But when I played Les, I was fully ready to go into a Q battle. And I had a few flexible tiles that were ready to, dink one or two at a time. So I was definitely thinking about the Q at that point.
When you played FOB, Jackson, was that a recognition that you've got the S? QI would have played under the B.
Did I? I don't think I had the S at that point.
You did not? I don't know. I thought you did. Maybe not.
No, I don't think I had the S. That would have been good if I had the S. No, FOB was just the problem at that point is not only was the Q lurking and I was going for a stick, I also was expecting both of us to get stuck with tiles. Perhaps there was the M in the end with Mark and Narc that might kind of make it harder, but if we both get stuck with tiles, I have to not only not draw the Q, but also like make sure I'm staying in range. And so I was down 23 at that point. And so FOB was just to score enough points to make sure that if Josh does draw the Q and get stuck with it, and we both just lose our face value of the racks, that I'd still win. Because usually, you get 20 for the Q, but in this case, if we both get stuck with tiles, he's only losing 10. And so you have to be a bit closer to have that Q stick.
Oh, very interesting consideration. Yeah, with the double stick, trying to make sure that you're getting out of there using all of your tiles. That's fascinating.
And Josh, what were you? Just same question for you, Josh.
Exactly.
When did you realize the Q was the factor in this game? I mean, after you play ovaries, you must have been at least feeling good.
Yeah, I felt like that was like a pretty winning play. Also, there was no N left. It was just the M for Mark.
Oh, just the M.
Then I just then he was making it close. I'm like, okay, well, I'll outmaneuver him. I have all these vowels. I have the P for UPO and like PHI, PHO, whatever. Like, he's not, unless he can set up the S somewhere. And then he played FOB, and I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't feel like he can set up his S very, very easily here if he has the last S. And so I'm just like playing to just outrun him. And then I drew the Q, and I was like, wait, what? Like, I had literally no thought process whatsoever regarding the Q. Otherwise, there's zero way I play AI. Those are the two tiles I need for the Q.
That's what we were. That's what we were wondering.
I need the A for Aqua, the I for quinine. Like, it's this the worst play of all time. Never play the same word twice. That's the lesson I learned.
It might have been mentioned in the chat, but we didn't detect quinine, which is a brilliant thing.
Great. I mean, I detected it like too late, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Wow. AI was such a bad play. Like, I could just play anything else, and I'm probably just gonna win. Like, even with his S.
We had speculated that AE in that spot would just be better in case you did draw the Q and had some unexpected place to play it. Like, again, there was a possibility of a Mark play just to score points that maybe you would be able to play QI off of that. But quinine is a huge consideration that I don't think maybe somebody in the chat mentioned it, but that's a big one for sure.
So I don't even need to keep the A, but like, all I need to do is not play both of them off at the same time, and I'll be fine.
When you played Door, which of course is the classic, extremely difficult setup to deal with, certainly if the S is still in the bag there, it's literally impossible to do anything about that. of course, Jackson had it and cleverly blocked it. But then again, were you looking at the bag and seeing those two T's and hoping maybe if I draw a T and the S is still in the bag, I'm getting toke?
At that point, I just thought I was dead.
I
But
see.
I don't know. I was so like disheartened when I drew the Q, and so I was just like playing off of instinct. But yeah, I don't know. At that point, I was like, okay, maybe I can win with the miracle. But I wasn't thinking of any specific letters. I was just like, okay, if I could draw some of the letters in the pool, and I'll get a play there. But yeah,
Yeah.
just total brainless was this game.
At what point
Well,
in this game, both of you guys, are you realizing like, oh shit, we are building something that is going to be really hard to deal with? Jackson, we saw you pass up a bingo early in the game when you played GEAN.
let's go
You
back
took
to that. That was a
yeah,
fascinating decision.
fascinating turn, and we wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah, I mean, already at that point, you could see the structure of the board forming. This kind of, it's just a pretty closed, walled off zone, only accessible through S's, pretty much.
Mhm.
I mean, that was really why I passed up the bingos. Like, I have the S in the blank. I'm so favored on this board. He can score so little if he doesn't have like some of these specific tiles. I think as though at this point, even boards like that tend to get opened most of the time.
Because it's early.
Bingo, it's still early, and there's still avenues with the S hooks. Like I was expecting this board to get blown open, but while I had a bit of an advantage on this tight board, I wanted to carry that advantage as far as I could. But I was not expecting this level of blocking. So the play to me that really sealed the deal was white. And vote.
Yeah, that's what we. I
Um,
think we said that, right, Stefan? Where we
Yeah.
were like, I think I even had just telestrated. Imagine if a play comes down right there, it's going to be brutal, and that is exactly what
Yeah,
happened.
because with Vo, I was already thinking about having some structure like this because I had Val that I could play for a bit more, but I didn't want to have this opportunity with a Val to kind of extend up here. And so Vo, and then the white was really what kind of sealed the deal. There was only this one little lifeline that no one really wants to use.
Yeah,
Hooking
it's not
arc.
appealing.
And Josh, you made the choice to use your S with a very consonant heavy rack to close off the Ahi lane and the hook there. Why'd you choose to play vids there for 20-ish points instead of hanging on to that S and trying to work your way through?
Yeah, it prevents a lot of like really bad scenarios from occurring. If I exchange and he bingos, like I'm probably winning. Like even if I bingo back, like I'm really, really unlikely to win that game. And he seemed to be like pretty strong. So I figured like gave me a little bit of breathing room. And the points were good. The score was close. Like I'm comfortable on this sort of board. I don't really think like too much about like the doom of the board like later on. I just go with the flow. I think that's maybe a difference between me and Jackson. Like I wasn't really all that worried.
You're all right.
Well, no, I mean, it might be wrong, but it's like I was just making plays, honestly. But like I said, brain dead as well. So don't take what I say as like strategic advice.
No, I liked it. I think we liked it, given the fact that Jackson had only just played 4 tiles for the first time in the game with the GEAN. Seems like after Ahi, Act, and 9 that he's got to be keeping something pretty good, and probably an S and maybe a blank. So
like no, like really either like quite good. I wasn't really thinking about quite good. I was mostly thinking about like somewhat okay, like 3 tile bingo leave based on his previous play of 9. Like I felt like I was preventing a lot of just bingos from playing that would be like really good for him if he had like somewhat weakish racks. And then like maybe also having the feeling that he was sitting on something good like that exact turn after he drew his tiles might have played a part as well.
Yeah, Jackson, I was wondering too whether you considered sort of altering your strategy because it's match play. You're up 3 games to 1, and maybe you're just trying to either lock it down and hope for a close win, or like in that play where you decided to not bingo. If you had just bingoed, throw the board open, let's go for it. I've got some breathing room here because I'm up 2 games.
I try not to change the strategy. I'm just trying to win every game as best as possible. I don't really mind if it is like a slow fought battle or like a big slugfest. Either way, I'm just trying to win. So I think, in an ideal world, I'd play Gene in every case. But you never know. Sometimes the psychology changes it.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved that choice. As soon as you did it, it wasn't on our radar so much. And as soon as you did it, it was like, yeah, that looks great. It just takes such an easy, flexible scoring spot away. Made all the sense in the world. So in any case, I think got any more questions, Stefan, for the players? It was certainly a treat to watch you two play, but I'll turn it over to Stefan for maybe a final thought.
Yeah, I just want to thank you both for playing these extra games after playing the tournament over the weekend, Montreal Scrabble Fest. Jackson, congratulations, $250. It's not 10,000, not a national championship, but you got some bragging rights here for winning this match.
They'll get their chances in a month or two.
And you'll get your chances in a month or two as well. And Josh, we know that you've been sort of focusing on the Collins lexicon these past few months and switching over. You agreed to make this pivot back to play in this match play tournament with Jackson. And I think everyone's grateful for that. It was really fun to watch and fun for me to commentate on. Will and I had a great time watching you guys, and it's always easier to be on this side of the camera than on your side of the camera.
Yeah, thanks, Stefan. I was under the impression we were going to play the last two games, but that's what Jackson and I normally do in our series. But if
nothing's stopping you from playing the last two games, but I'm going to go get lunch. I don't know about you guys.
If you guys want to leave, I'm hungry as hell too. Like that's all good. Yeah.
I'm sure if we ask the YouTube chat if you want to broadcast the last two games, they're all going to say yes. But yeah, we got to at least eat some lunch, and I don't know. I don't think we were planning on it. But in any case, I'll echo all of Stefan's thoughts. Thank you very much to you both. Congratulations, Jackson, on the win in the series. Commiserations, Shots. We had a lot of fun watching you both play. So
yeah, thank you.
And we want to thank, before we go, we should all thank Let's Play Scrabble, Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, their team, for putting this together and for all of the tournaments that they have been running and the great elevation of the quality of Scrabble live streaming that has really enhanced everyone's enjoyment of the game and given players like you guys the opportunity to be out there on stream more frequently and bringing people into the game and giving those of us who love the game an opportunity to just watch and enjoy it as much as possible. Remember, this tournament was sponsored by WGPO, Word Game Players Organization, and we encourage everybody to keep watching online and register for tournaments. Albany, 4th of July, also run by Let's Play Scrabble, and then the two big national championships coming up in July.
For sure, echoing all that, let's let our combatants get back to life as we do our final couple plugs before we end the stream here. Thank you both. A couple more plugs coming from me if we cut back to the commentator view here.
Thank you, guys.
So couldn't agree more with all those thoughts. Really want to encourage anybody who's still here, just winding down that last game. Really, we've got to support Let's Play Scrabble. So much effort going into these streams, as Stefan said. Simple way to do it would be just show your appreciation, clicking that like button on this video, and subscribe to the channel, because you're going to see lots more content coming your way. Great Scrabble live streaming here. Best way to get more of it is to support it. So clicking those buttons is the easiest way to do that. Also, the plug is that the goal, Josh's goal, he mentions, he was hoping to get 100 likes on the YouTube video and 100 new subscribers on his YouTube channel. So he's really close to both of those. Just one more little push and he's going to hit his goals. We got to help him reach those.
6 likes away. This is like a telethon.
Yeah.
Act now.
Exactly. I usually do a little joke, Stefan, where I talk about how when I click the like button and the subscribe button on Let's Play Scrabble, my life I just got so much better. I reversed my balding. I just got more energy. I'm just feeling more vibrant in my life. But actually, the reality of it is it's just a great, easy way to support some great initiatives in the Scrabble community. So With that, I'm not sure we have too much more to get to, Stefan. That was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for joining me on the call. It was a treat to watch those two literal champion level players play. And yeah, any final thoughts before we call it a stream?
Now, it was real treat for me to be part of this and to be part of some new effort here. I think we should do more of this. I'd like to see you on the board side of the equation, Will, so we can have a crack at analyzing you instead of you being on this side of the mic.
I don't know. I've started to get a taste for this. It's so easy and fun. I have the computer engine here. I have a co-commentator to help me. The chat's pointing out all the good plays. What could be easier? I don't know why I would ever subject myself to that again. No, I always feel amped to get back to the board. So hopefully I can do that sometime soon. But yeah, all right. Appreciate it, everybody. This was a lot of fun. And yeah, for all of us at Let's Play Scrabble, and again, huge thank you to WGPO for their support of the Scrabble Fest. And once again, yeah, we are
use your words, everybody. Use your words.
Sync. So yeah, I think that's going to do it. So we're going to sign off. Thanks, everybody, for watching. See you next time.